Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. Let's check it. The microphone works. Yay. The closed captions also appear to be working. We got mushrooms going, we got subs going. Sheesh. Guess we should get the camera going too. Where is it? There it is. Hey, we did it. We did we did it. Just because we did it today doesn't mean that I'm not.
And I'm still a garbage.
Anyway, some new sounds today. Welcome. I thought I heard my phone ringing. Oh, it's just spam. Okay, we don't need that. What, Cal? Yes. Live. Calvin is home and is not feeling too good today, and was asking me if I am live. We always say live but not live while the countdown is on, and then when the countdown ends and I turn the camera and the microphone on, then we are live. So there's a difference, there's a distinction. Let's check, let's go back up to the top. Here we are. Where are we? There we are. Trinderella, 300 check-ins. Holy shit, that's a lot of check-ins. Thank you for hanging out for 300 separate individual times to check in since April 20th, 2023. That's a lot. That is a lot. Belly flops, welcome in. Hello. Calvin is here. This child is not feeling well. He is sick today. Look at it. Doesn't he look sick? Shayna, welcome in.
What is this?
What is that? Those are seasonal poppies I found at the grocery today.
Ooh.
Feel free to have one. Twinderella, is that guaranteed cookies? You know, it is. No.
Tex pop.
Sorry, it is. Let me finish that sentence. You know, it is not. It is, however, quite the milestone, and it is notable and commendable, and I am kind of wild. Almost for a chicken. Chicken would work. Every time I see a new one that doesn't, a misspelling of the check-in, I add it to the list of acceptable, acceptable substitutions for the check-in technical spelling. Anyway, Cyborg, welcome in. Illustrative point right here. Cyborg wrote check space in, which I can't actually make as a command, unfortunately. Otherwise, I definitely would have, because that has happened before. But you got it. We got there anyway. Avo, welcome in. Good to have you. Adorkable, hello. Adorkable, pause. Thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. You've been subscribed for 27 total months, which is a lot of months. Do I want to sip? Yeah, he's sick today. Why not? Damn, that's real good.
Strong.
It is. What is that? Punch pop. Very nice.
Seems like fruit punch.
Hunger Service, LA, welcome in. Good to see you. Good morning. Hey, I was lurking, both. It's streaming, so I was both looking at you cooking last night and lurking, as in I didn't say hi. And that tonkatsu you made last night was real delicious looking. I was like, I want to reach through and grab. Dana, welcome in. A lot of check-ins to catch up on. Well, of course, the check-ins are not mandatory, so no worries. I wish I'd started checking in a while ago. Sita says, understood. Understood. Extra cookies at 500. Listen, I feel like a 500 check-ins should be a milestone of some situation. We're not there yet. We will get there. Someone, likely you, will get there within the next 2 years and a half. How many streams have I done? I've been streaming for 3 years. I've done 459 streams. 300 check-ins is pretty good. I mean, of course, we have days where, you know, you could check in like 6 times when the stream crashes and I don't have drop protection on. Anyway, hopefully Calvin does feel better. I agree. Just me, though. Not everyone for the extra cookies. Well, reasonable. Make check an option, then it would capture your check-in. You know what, Cyborg?
Hello. He's doing it right now, by the way.
Done.
He just did.
It will work if you type check and only check.
Oh. Yes.
And adorable, I just went ahead and added that troll, that your little trolly chicken. Swirly Scott, welcome in. Hello. Thank you for looking. Yeah, I am a consummate lurker. I don't love chatting. I just don't. I do love when people chat in other people's channels and in this one, but I'm not always a big chatter. That's just on me though. I really should just be like, hi. I should just say hello and not need to feel beholden to the rest of the conversation. But I don't. Slinka, welcome in. So that's why I have the check-in thing on here, because if I know that someone has like check-in, like Patrick Richards, one of my Philly fan, has a check-in option. That's actually where I stole it from. But like, I just go into his stream, I hit check-in, and then sometimes I don't say anything else. So that does happen. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Hey, Dr. Hex Mikey, you were about to hit 100 chickens. That's pretty cool. Baker, welcome in. Good to have you. It's a lot of streams. It is a lot of streams. This is an actual number. This is like, I went back and counted one day, but when I was still in the hundreds, I went back and counted, and I've been pretty vigilant about it. So if anything, this number is probably like low. It's within 10, and at 459 within 10 is great.
Within 10 of what?
Since you and Shayna switch places, apparently that is occasionally true. That is true. You're within a few of each other. I think I saw 298 earlier. Boris, welcome. Hello. Hello. We love your enthusiasm, but you've already checked in. See, but it works though. Liz, welcome in. Resubscribe for 6 months. Holy shit.
Hey, don't curse. This is a PG channel.
What do gay horses eat? Hey. Happy Pride. Liz, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Did you know that Twitch has a 2,000 follow limit? No, I didn't. I feel like I'm gonna hit that at some point soon. I also feel like I could definitely cull some. I don't think I've ever actually unfollowed anybody. Liz, thank you for the shout out.
Yeah, you've never been.
We appreciate it. I always feel committed when I chat too. Now, and that's kind of what I get. That's what happens is I get that sort of like, oh, I said something, now I need to say something else, but like that's not really true. That's just like my brain telling me that. Cyborg, thank you. I just turned that off. Who am I streaming with? Nobody. Well, Calvin, but he's physically here. Then people want to talk to you. This is true. This is true. Sita, you know what I love to chat? When I really do, like, I often will chat in brand new. I watch a lot of like brand new food and drink streamers. So often I'll scroll to the category and go all the way down, and there'll be like, you know, someone who's got like 2 or 3 viewers, and you know, there's like one or two people chatting. I love chatting in those streams because then it's like when I'm actually, I don't know, it feels like, I don't know. There's just something like different about really small streams, really like smaller streams. I was watching someone else last night too that was really interesting. I always also love when I see people that I know from the food and drink community in chat, and I'm lurking and I'm like, I see you there. Why does it keep starting itself? Twinder, it keeps starting itself because this phone right here, this is the phone I use for IRL streaming, and there's a tab on it that opens Stream Together automatically and starts it from when I was streaming with John. Cheese, please. And I haven't closed that tab. So when I turn this phone on, it does it automatically. Yes, that phone. Araya, welcome in. What's a pirate's favorite letter? What's a pirate's favorite letter, Adorable?
Oh. C. Oh, wait.
It could be C.
C or R.
Master Splits, welcome. Cheesesteak toast. Cheesesteak toast would be, that's like a passed plate at an event, I feel like. I always love cheesesteak rolls when you get like the cheesesteak spring rolls. Those are real popular, especially in Philly. Liz, thank you for the shout out to Dana's Kitchen as well. I appreciate it. Robbie, welcome in. Good to have you. Yeah, I guess there's a limit. You can only follow 2,000 people. Well, that tells me that I'm not following 2,000 people, and it tells me that I need to follow more. So, but we have a brand new creator club for food and drink streamers now, launched on Saturday via session.
Adorable Dev said I was right.
You would think it's R, but a pirate's first love is the sea. That's a good one, actually. I like that joke because I think everybody's heard the like R joke, and if you can be like yes and then you're like improving. It's great. It resets the follow button. And that it doesn't throw an error. It doesn't like it's not like, hey, by the way, this is a problem and you can't do this anymore. Like I feel like it should say something. Like it should tell you that there's some sort of error. Where is the thing? Oh, here it is. I'm gonna make coffee.
On food here.
I'm gonna make coffee for Mom in the thing, but I was looking for this, but it wasn't.
When is she getting back?
I don't know. She's going to pick them up at some point this afternoon, so probably later, probably like 18.
Okay. You said early afternoon.
No, so probably she was.
That's not early afternoon.
She was planning on picking you up from orchestra today, which is 17:45. She was going to be like maybe a few minutes late to that, so she'll be sometime between. She'll probably be home between 18 and 19. Okay. Okay. It feels like there should be some sort of notice and not just a like, can't do it. Try again.
Can I just see if it's on Disney, the inside thing?
It's not on Disney. It's on Netflix.
So I can't watch it today.
Well, you can't watch anything right now, but
yeah, no.
Maybe I can put Netflix on your iPad later. Okay. Liz, you do see a new cookbook. Our friend of the stream, moderator Liz, sent me something that I think I'm going to get a lot of use out of. Okay. Raya.
Riley.
But I saw a bunch of stuff in here already that I'm super into. Some of these were.
Bye, Jack.
Some of these seemed overly complicated. Some of them seemed deeply simple, and I really.
Tell Dad I say bye.
They heard you because they can hear the microphone. But some of these things in here are really, really great. I loved a lot of the appetizers in here. So this is basically like a campsite cooking, and it has a neat bit where it says it's color coded too. So here's one. This is maybe not the best example, but it has like at home is orange, at camp is green, and then in the directions it has like the orange directions first and then the green directions next, which is kind of nice. So you can see sort of at a glance, is this a lot of work at camp or is this not a lot of work at camp? So like for this one, crunchy rosemary butter nuts, for example, all of the work is at home. There's no work at camp. So it's really super nice. And then I was complaining about not having a ladle during just in general, but also like during our camp cooking stream, that the fact that like carrying a ladle is not ideal. And so, along with the camp cooking book was also included a ladle. Now this folds up, and it is a good size. It folds up. It's got a little screw in the handle, and you can just put this in, like I can put this in the other stuff. Like storing this is not an imposition. Storing this as compared to this, there's no comparison. And I used this the reason that it took me a second to get this was because it was in the dish pan, because I used it, I tested it to see if it, I was using a ladle to serve the rest of some leftovers, and I was like, oh, I'll use the ladle. I'll use this one. So I did, and I like it. I definitely like it for serving. My only complaint is when you're stirring with a ladle, right? You kind of like stir, and then you like, for me, I'll stir, and then I'll push. Like I'll kind of use the ladle to not scoop, but just move things out of the way. And because this folds, like you can't really make that motion with it. It sort of collapses on itself. But like that's not really a complaint, right? Like that's a sort of like, oh, I'm about to serve the soup. You know, you put the ladle in, you give it a swirl, and then you serve it. Like not really an issue. So overall, these are pretty fantastic. Okay, good. Welcome in. Saw pesto and came running. I can appreciate that. You know, today we're doing pesto, and it's not going to be like a basil pesto, like a normal pesto. This is we're getting. Oh, I was like, who's touching me? The drawer's still open. I got goosed from behind and didn't even realize it. Anyway, we're gonna do like a regular pesto. Rewind. We're gonna do an irregular pesto with just like a bunch of random stuff: greens, beet greens, carrot tops. What else is in there? Beet greens, carrot tops, herbs, just a bunch of different herbs. Oh, garlic scapes. I got garlic scapes at the market. And I think... Do I have pine nuts? No, these are sunflower seeds. I don't actually know if I have pine nuts or walnuts. I have pistachios. Oh, I could do I could do some pistachios, but I'd have to show these are salt and pepper pistachios. Fuck. You know what? I'll probably just use these anyway. So we'll do like some pistachios and a little bit of sunflower seeds. And last pause, do like a 15 second look in the cabinet here. Do I have any? Okay, I've got coconut. Nope. What is this? Nope. Oh, what are you? What is this? What is this? Smells nutty. This is I think this is walnut flour. Yeah. Yeah, this is a nut flour. So I can use some of this too, because this is just chopped up nuts, and like it's pesto, so it's just getting chopped up anyway. So this is actually it's a kitchen hack. It's totally not intentional. But anyway, so we're gonna do an irregular pesto today with a bunch of that stuff in it, plus either Parmesan or Pecorino, whichever one happens to be in the fridge. I know one of them's in the fridge. I forget. Some herbs, lemon, olive oil, the normal stuff. So we're gonna do that. We're also gonna do a rhubarb simple syrup. I don't really know. I don't have like a recipe or ratio or any of that for simple syrup. I rarely do. I usually just do a pot of water, big old scoop of sugar, and then I put it whatever I'm making in there, boil it until it's mush, filter it, and then there's my simple syrup. So we're gonna do that with some rhubarb. We're gonna do the rhubarb cookies. You know, I haven't decided, Liz, what cookies we're gonna do, so we may. I also want to say we are gonna do the cookie club drawing. I'm prepared for it. I'm literally prepared for it. I've got like everything ready to go. I don't have any cutting to do. It's quite nice. But we're gonna actually make the cookies next week, so I haven't decided what cookies to make yet. So this time next week, Tuesday next week, we're gonna do cookie club. Because this week is a weird one, and today is really the only day that I have a long form amount of time to do a stream, and I don't want to try to wedge cookie club into like 3 hours, and I suppose I could have done like a 2-parter and made it a little more complicated, but I didn't. Period. But I just hadn't considered it. So, hopefully the pesto is lovely and refreshing. That would be ideal. But olive oil and lemon juice really cover a lot of bases. Oh, garlic. I need to put garlic in there. Oh shit, you know what I wanted to do today? I also wanted to roast some garlic. So let's turn the oven on. I want to roast some garlic. I actually should write all this down, shouldn't I? I should like take a note of what I want to do and like in what order. Because here's what today's plan looks like currently. It's this. It's actually not that. It's this, but it's like all this up here, and so it's not in any kind of order. Let's put things in order. So we want to do coffee, roast garlic, then we want to do the simple, then we want to do the pesto, because I want to use the roasted garlic in the pesto maybe instead of doing fresh garlic. because we have the garlic scapes in there, and they're going to be they're going to be bright. They're going to be real bright. They're going to be real pungent. So I don't think I'd like to just use the roasted garlic. So we're going to roast the garlic. Well, I'm going to make some coffee. We're going to roast some garlic. We're going to do the simple syrup. We're going to make some pesto. Then we're going to make dinner. And we're going to finish that by 19:30 p.m. Hopefully. Hopefully.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
But let's start. Actually, before I start, I just did something to my fingernail, and it's like I have like a little hangnail now, and unless I do something about it, I'm not going to be able to have another thought. You ever have? Do y'all do that? Do you get like a hangnail or something, and you're just like, it's like it bugs you until you address it? Ambitious, I know. Waluma, welcome in. Welcome in. All right, but first off, we're gonna do a little bit of coffee here. Relatable. Yeah, I can't when I get like little physical stuff. It's the same thing if I get like like the edges of your fingernails or like the skin sort of on the edge of your fingers starts to peel and like you kind of pick at it a little bit and then it's like worse. I literally carry around a pair of nail clippers everywhere I go. And I mean like they're in my purse, like they're in my little purse. They're in the satchel that has my wallet, keys, and phone. Wallet, keys, phone, nail clippers, pen, notebook. That is the kit going out of the house. And I use them like literally almost every day. I used to have a really Megan, welcome in. I'm so bad with my nails. Or I says I have a little pouch that has nail clippers and a mini toothpaste. Yes, yeah, and a hairbrush. Yeah, like I don't have a need for that. The hairbrush, the toothpaste I do. But yeah, carrying stuff around like that, I use them constantly. I also used to have a really bad. I used to bite my nails when I was a kid. I bit my nails all the time. I bit the edges of my fingers. I just like was a bit, you know. And when I managed to stop doing that as an adult, I was like, okay, we gotta adjust here. We gotta make this we got to make a different habit here. Like instead of biting the hangnail, what's the habit that I can make? And the habit was using nail clippers, which means I have to have them with me. Because if I don't, I will still bite my nails and then I will bite them farther and farther and farther. And then they bleed. And then I'm like, why are you like this? And that's how I am. A floss pick, Swoma, yes. I also have a floss pick. As we have chatted about on stream, I have very like sensitive. I have a lot of sensitivity to things getting stuck in my teeth, so the floss pick is definitely critical. I witnessed some the other day. I forget exactly where I was. It may come to me, but I was waiting somewhere, and there was someone across from me who was also waiting. Might have been for the subway. I forget. We were both just sitting, and I was like, just casually, like, you know, past, like, observing this other human, and they were picking their teeth with a plastic bag. They were like They had like a plastic, like just a plastic bag, and they were like literally trying to floss their teeth, and they were getting more and more agitated by not being able to do it, and like the plastic bag not being the right thing. Well, like if you're a person who gets stuff stuck in your teeth, Shayna, exactly, thick paper works for an emergency toothpick. Yeah, you know what I love for an emergency toothpick? An index card. It's like folded up, I need to go trim one right now. See, this is it's relatable. Exactly. Like this person was like going at their teeth with like a plastic shopping bag, right? But it was great. Desperate times. It was a desperate time. But the best part is they got it. Whatever it was that they were trying to get, they got, because I literally watched the relief just come over this person's face. They're like, and then they're like, and they were so happy about it. And I was just like, I was so happy for them. I was like, y'all, I like looked around. I wanted to see if anyone else was like watching what was happening, because I was looking around and I wanted to like make eye contact with someone who wasn't that person, so we could just be like, do you see that? Yeah, like, yeah, relatable, right? No one else was watching this. It was just me being a weirdo staring at people in a public space. But it was good. I was like, yes, they got it. I would have offered them a floss pick had I had one at that time. I did not. And I looked too. I did. I looked in my bag. I was like, do I have one right now? But I wasn't carrying my wallet on me at the time. A deodorant wipe. That's a good one. I carry like antibiotic wipes, antiseptic wipes. But Bowtie Fly, welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you. I'm glad you got started on the link there. And happy pre-Father's Day as well. Desperate times, too called for. Yeah, desperate times indeed. I should also note that the shopping bag had stuff in it. It was like a shopping bag that this person had with them, and they were using the handle. It was like I think it was for the subway. It was like on their lap, and they were like using the handle of the bag. And I was like, yeah. I was like, that is desperate. I did not clap. I did not, because it was a public space and I did not know this person, and I didn't want to like make it weird for them, because maybe they were like self-conscious about, I don't know. I was just observing, and it was like I had like compersion of joy for them. I was like, I bet that person's day just improved so much. Matchbooks, yes. And even farther than that, individual matches, just the edge of them. Wooden matches are great because you can like just like break them, and then it's like a toothpick. It was Phoenix. It was definitely like notable visible relief. So I don't have any idea what it was, but it was something. Hello, cheer. I definitely considered having a visible, audible reaction. But I was just like, I don't want to, I also like didn't really want to interact. So it was sort of like, okay, I'm just going to be joyful for this person. Speaking of joyful, this garlic is growing. So that one's no good. I want to roast some of this next. What are we going to roast here? These are all like half heads of garlic. This is, ooh, that one's soft. I haven't cleaned this out in a while. The shallot is also bad. I was at the store this morning, and the person, I was like rooting through the shallots, and there was not very many in the bin, and whatever. I was like resigned to what they had, and there was a guy stocking like 2 aisles away, and he like saw me, and he's like, "Oh, what you getting?" And I was like, "Oh, shallots." And he's like, "I got the new ones right here. You want those?" And I was like, "Yes." It took the box cutter, opened the box, and was like, "Here you go." So I was like, you person have earned my return business to this store, which I have returned to previously. It was not my first visit. But I was pretty happy. I was like, that was really nice. I was happy about it. They were good looking out. That's what I always say to folks. Good looking out. Thanks for looking out for me. I appreciate you. Guaranteed cookie club, wouldn't be a bad idea. I was thinking about that the other day, how there's like folks who get guaranteed cookies. There's like a list of folks that I send cookies to like every month. And so it's funny because like whenever I make cookies on stream for Cookie Club specifically, I'm always like accounting for a lot of folks. It's like there's always like way more cookies to be made than there are names who have come out of the bowl. Because I gotta make some for my family, and then I usually make some I always make some for the post office workers. And then there's a few folks that I send them to on a regular basis who moderate the channel. So the actual number of cookies each month that I make is not always indicative of the actual number of people who are receiving them. But that's a good thing. The more the merrier. I keep saying if we get there's going to reach a tipping point where we get enough subs every month that I will just increase the number of recipients. Because my goal is always to have subscriber costs or Cookie Club costs paid by the channel and the channel revenue. That's like my goal every month. Basically is like, were there enough subscribers, enough bits, enough donations to cover the ingredients and the shipping for Cookie Club? And every month so far, that has been true. So if we got more, I would just scale up, essentially. So I think like at some point, if we hit like 100 subs, I would expand the number of people receiving cookies for Cookie Club. Phoenix, I would love to be paid in cookies. I would love to be paid in a lot of different ways. Cookies among them. Cookies certainly among them. Do I need this scale for anything else today? No. No, I do not. So we can put this away. I was just thinking that the thing that I'm making later with the beets. I was like, am I gonna weigh that? Do I need to do the thing? Do I need to like do any recipe stuff? I've been pitching. This is silly. The thing that I'm gonna make later, this beets and carrots with toast and cheese, is something that I've been pitching to different places to write as a formal recipe for a while, because it's something that I really love, and I haven't ever actually done a write-up on it or done any type of like formalization of it. So we are I was like, maybe I could like measure the things and like start writing up a recipe, but like no one's committed to paying me to do that, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to do what we usually do, which is make it up. Little of this, little of this, little of that. It'll be delicious, and it will be delicious because I've made it twice before, and it is really good. No one else in my life besides the husband cooks for me. I feel that. I feel, but also like, to be fair, the other folks that live in this house are not enthusiastic about being in the kitchen. So, no problem. Speaking of subs, hey, Phoenix, thank you. I will take that Amazon money. I will take that Daddy Bezos money. Thank you. Thank you. Prime subs are great. If you're a Prime subscriber, there's probably a star right around here on the screen that you can click. Right near where my finger is, I'm guessing. Somewhere, maybe it's on my hand, maybe it's here. If you click that, you too can subscribe with your Amazon Prime subscription. And then next month, you could subscribe again to someone different, someone entirely different. Okay, coffee's made. Coffee's made, and because the bottle's clean, we're gonna do you one better. We're gonna do one better. I'll let this drip for a second. Phoenix, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. I was being a little glib earlier, or not glib. Was I being glib? No, I wasn't. I was being sincere about the like subs and number of subs and all that. But yeah, for Cookie Club specifically, if we cross the 100 subs threshold at some point, we will increase the volume, meaning number, not sound, of Cookie Club winners. But we're not there yet, so everybody's a winner. The number of recipients. I always hedge on using the word winners for Cookie Club because I feel like it's not a competition. I think I overthink things. Surprise, surprise, to nobody. I made a total non sequitur, has nothing to do with overthinking. I added some new sounds to the stream. One of them is for SoFluff. So finally, 2 months after SoFluff redeemed the add a sound command to the channel, I added it. Literally 2 months. The request has been sitting in the queue for 2 full months. Finally finished it today. What other sounds did I add? I added that one, and then I added this one.
And I'm still a piece of garbage.
And this one.
That is how the world works. That is how the world works.
Both from Bo Burnham. Calvin's been listening to that a lot. He's 9. He's gotten into Bo Burnham. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. I don't want to. I don't care. He can listen to whatever he wants. I had a weird childhood with like music being restricted from my life in like weird specific ways that I'm sort of like, no, I'm good. I'm not going to do that. You want to listen to music with horrible words and bad language in it? Like, go ahead. You hear all sorts of things coming from the basement when your mother's playing Fortnite and losing. So why not hear them from, your speakers too? I take Bo 10 times over the music my son listens to. I loved that album, the Inside album, when it came out. I mean, I remember watching it like right when it came out. And then it was the soundtrack. I just ended up listening to the soundtrack for, after that. I haven't actually like watched the thing in a while. And it's funny because like just today, the conversation that I just had with him at the beginning of stream, where I was like, well, maybe I'll put Netflix on your iPad later. That was so that he could watch the movie. It's instead. Still haven't watched it. It's funny. It's very of the moment for 2020. And, you know, we all experienced that. And I think it had like a time and a place, and there's some songs in there that are still pretty good. That are still relevant to. They're not beholden to the COVID experience. Like they came out of it, but it's just a general, you know, generally funny, topical song. Listened to in 2012. I had no idea who this person was until 2020. I had no idea. I had never heard of this person until the album came out. That album came out. Oh, we also have this song.
I made you some
Why did that clip?
made you some
Weird. Hold on, one more time. It shouldn't be clipping like that.
I made you some content.
Okay. Anyway, I loved it. I thought it was funny. I enjoyed it. He's the right amount of offensive. So we're gonna roast some garlic today. I don't really have anything specific that I want to do with any of this roasted garlic. I'm gonna put some of it. I think I'm gonna put some of it into the pesto, but I have my eye on that garlic cookie recipe. Yes, we're back on that. We're still on it. I am planning to do a write-up of the actual recipe and possibly test it as a recipe this week. So I do need some garlic here for that. I'm very close. I have all the notes. I just haven't like gotten to sit down and do it. And like, frankly, nobody's paying me to do it, so I don't have any incentive. It takes a bit, you know, it's just like one of those tasks where like sitting down to do some writing is hard. And you have to be in the right mindset, and it's easier to get in that mindset when you know that when you finish it, you can invoice for it. So that is always nice. I am not invoicing for this one. So I don't have a like strong incentive structure for that. I just want to get it done. I really do though. So that is my incentive at this point is just like, my incentive at this point is writing the recipe before the VOD gets deleted, the most recent VOD, so that I can watch it and listen to myself talk. I probably won't pay it. Yeah. I just had my editor email me earlier. Isn't it on YouTube? Yes, Wauma. Thank you. I can delay even farther. Good point, though. It is actually on YouTube now. The other one isn't. No, is the other one? Yeah, actually they all are. Fuck it, it's never getting done. Just kidding. I really actually do want to write it up. The thing with that recipe is it's been a while. Pause. Let me finish the story I was saying. So my editor emailed me the other day and she was like, hey, you need to invoice for some things. Like, it's the 30th and they need to get invoiced this month. And I was like, oh, sorry, my bad. So anyway, hopefully at some point in June, they'll pay me for those too, which would be great. I had like four things I hadn't invoiced for. Anyway, I have another recipe that I'm going to work on. We may work on it tomorrow. I was thinking about doing it tomorrow because tomorrow's dinner is a salad. And the other recipe I'm going to work on is also like a cold summer type of situation. So So we're gonna probably work on that tomorrow. Anyway, I probably won't pay it. That's reasonable. I knew that I hadn't invoiced for those things, but I just hadn't done it. So there's that. Fellas, welcome in. Fellas, welcome. Oh, hold on. I have questions for two folks that are in chat currently. So Lord Velos and Wauma, I have a question for you directly. You have entries in Cookie Club this month, right? And you are both guaranteed cookies this month. So, if it's okay with you, the ones that you channel points, etc., that you used, I have them cut up, but they're not in the bowl yet. I'm just going to retain them and toss them in the bowl next month, if that's okay. Because I realize, like, hey, you used some channel points and, like, I took them. But then you're guaranteed the thing. So I just wanted to, like, clarify that that's what I'm doing. Okay. And in the future, that is what I'm going to do. So Head of Broccoli, Purple Sunflower, Wauma, and Lord Velos all had tiered 6, 12, 12, and 18 respectively. So that was actually, I was like, in my head, I'm like, oh wait, I need to, if they come into stream today, I need to ask that. Okay, cool. Good, thank you. No farther discussion needed. I will just do that. Kathy, welcome in. Good to have you. Oh, Velos also, happy Pride, indeed. Curious about this pesto garlic rhubarb syrup. Those are 3 separate things, Kathy, just so we're clear. We're making pesto, we're roasting garlic, and we're making simple syrup. Although pesto, garlic, rhubarb syrup would actually work. It would be very savory. You know, that kind of reminds me of the syrup that was on, if you were with us during the IRL stream at the Southeast Asian market that I was doing with Cheese Please a couple weeks ago. If you remember, right at the very end, we were eating these rice balls that had been made that were fucking hot. They were aggressively hot. But that's not the point. The sauce that they came with was this like really, really, really pungent garlic sauce. And I have a feeling that that's kind of what that would be like. It was good. Actually, it was good, but it was overwhelming for me. It was too much. It was too much, like, I don't know. It was a lot. It was a lot. Anyway, I imagine that's what pesto garlic rhubarb syrup would taste like. Angry Rook, welcome in. We are going to have a quick break here. I am going to toss this garlic in the oven. We're roasting garlic. And then we're going to take a quick break before we get started on what's next, the simple syrup. Before we get started on the simple syrup, I'm playing a game of words on stream. Yeah, because we're right about at the top of the hour, and then we'll be back for more hijinks after that. Did I even set this up today? Hold on. Oh, I did. Look at me go. Sometimes I don't do the things ahead of time, and then I get in a panic. I grew up. Thank you. Congrats. We will talk about the congratulations briefly, not briefly, when we come back from a little words on stream break. If you're not familiar with the channel, we take a break about every hour to run 3 minutes of ads and play 2 or more games of words on stream. The ads are going to start on Twitch in about 5 seconds. If you don't want to hear ads and you want to listen to me ramble instead, you can go ahead and subscribe on YouTube. The link is in chat. Here comes an ad. We'll talk to you in a minute. or 3. Okay, bye.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate. Yes, indeed.
Some channels you pay extra money for, so they don't. Not in the middle of the show. I think
That's great too. All right, let's clean up this coffee situation now. And then, do I have any dishes? I actually do have some dishes over in the sink. So maybe let's see if we can triage some of these dishes over here, because I've got quite a few. I'm not going to have time to do that, actually. I need to just finish let me process all the stuff that's on the counter, and then the next break we will clean all of the actual dishes. And the next break, there'll be more of us. But for now, let's clean the coffee filter and get everything in the dishpan. And then we'll be ready to go. I hope you learned your lesson. I did, and it hurts. That's how it works. That's how the world works. That is how the world works. Whoa! That was a completed board, if I've heard one. Was that a completed board? Did we get a board? Oh, one left. Damn. Okay. Sometimes the bell rings. I feel like sometimes the bell sounds the same, whether you complete the board or not. I think maybe if you level up, I think if you like achieve a level, regardless of whether you complete the board, it makes a separate sound. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I don't actually know what's going on about this and other things. Okay. I didn't put a timer on that garlic, did I? No, I didn't. I have no idea how long that garlic's been in there. Let's actually, let's set a count up timer, just so that we know.
I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Ain't that the truth? Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Hey, if you were on Twitch, you were experiencing an ad break previously, and now you're not. Congratulations and welcome back. We are finishing a game of Words on Stream. I am putting the dishes in the sink. I think that's all of them. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me close this cabinet over here too. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. How many times during this stream y'all think I can heat up this decaf coffee? 25? Dude, man, and the guys, welcome in. Hello, hello. All right. We'll be back to the Words on Stream in just a little bit. We'll be back to the Words on Stream. I'll take that little splash there. Let's check in on check in on our plan, our progress. Check in on our progress today. So we have made coffee. We are roasting garlic. We are going to make simple syrup next. Simple syrup out of rhubarb. The rhubarb. I gotta be honest with y'all. I don't like rhubarb. I cook with it sometimes. I do like rhubarb simple syrup. It's probably one of my favorite simple syrups, and I make it during the season, during rhubarb season, and I like keep it in the fridge and put it in everything. I don't love rhubarb in baking always. Sweet red celery, that's an apt description. Why don't I like it? I don't actually know. It's hard to describe, but like, you know, like the rhubarb pies, I've made several versions of those, and none of them have been great. Strawberry rhubarb is good. I do like strawberry rhubarb like hand pie. The ones that are like the actual pie, like a big old pie with like the lattice work looking, you know, rhubarb on the top of it. Every time I have one of those, it's like it's like sour. The word that I'm searching for is sour, and I don't love it. It's like, I feel like folks really get into it and they're like, you know, for desserts, but then to me, it's just tart and unappealing. It's just an opinion. I have nothing like against rhubarb, but I find that there's just certain applications of it that I enjoy, and then some very popular applications of it that I am not fond of. Megan, you've loved it since you were a kid. What do you use it in cooking? What is like the spectrum of things that you would use rhubarb in? Or if you like had it growing up, you know, not even currently, maybe like just what sort of rhubarb exposure did you have as a kid to get an affinity for it? Rhubarb's not something I ever had as a child. I am positive that the first time I had rhubarb in my entire life that I was aware of was probably like 2018. And I was born before that, so. Desserts. So you like the sourness of it. That's what, see, the sourness is like what puts me off about it. You know, just because that's my palate. For me, when I dress it up in like a bunch of sugar and put it in water, it makes simple syrup out of it. It makes it a lot more palatable. But again, I don't have any, you know, I bought like a couple stalks of it at the market this weekend with the express purpose of making simple syrup out of it. I started looking up some other recipes and being like, what could I do with it? And now I didn't find anything that was like super compelling. It depends on the soil it's grown in and how sour it is. Interesting. I imagine that. See, wait, you eat it with some salt. Did you eat it raw? I've seen folks, I've seen / heard they'll like take the stalk, like dip the end of it in sugar and eat that raw. I've heard that before.
I don't need anything, I'm just sounding.
You don't need anything? You're just existing?
Did you just fling a rubber band into the trash can?
I did.
Nice.
I did. But let's make some simple syrup.
Oh, you're making...
Yeah, simple. Raw with salt. Sita, what do you do? Like, because I'll try it. Like, I've never tried that before. Like, if it's just as simple as like dipping it, like put it like, I'm imagining you cut a little piece, you salt it, and you eat it. I also salt my grapefruit. Salt on many things is great. Some people sugar their grapefruit. Salt. What do I put salt on? There's something. I'm trying to think of something. There was something I was putting salt on the other day that I was like, this is kind of odd. Why am I doing this? You can mix a little sugar and salt. That would work. Okay. Can't do grapefruit without an equal amount of sugar. The grapefruit weighs 5 ounces. I will put 5 ounces of sugar on it. Let me try a bite of this with some salt. So what have you been doing upstairs?
I've just been listening to Bobo and I'm playing basketball.
Okay.
And just now I was depressed lying on the floor.
Depressed lying on the floor? Okay. You have plenty of other things that you could do too. There's lots of options still. I guess what I'm saying is, unless you're helping, you are not allowed to just stand here the entire time, okay? For a few minutes,
How
you
can I help? I'm not playing Fortnite up there.
Yeah. How can you help? I don't really want help right now, if I'm being real honest. Do you remember
That just means I can't stand here.
Right, do you remember the part where you were supposed to be in school until 5:45 today? That's where my energy is still. Is the... Okay. Strawberry rhubarb pie. The pies, I've definitely seen lots of them this season. Megan, 5:45 is when orchestra ends. And to be super clear, right now Calvin is here because I said that he can't spend the entire afternoon on his iPad. So because I'm not entertaining him, and because the digital babysitter is not entertaining him, he's here. He's just
I don't have a digital.
he's just bored. This is bored. He's bored.
No, I'm Calvin.
He's bored.
I'm Calvin. I'm not bored. I'm Calvin.
See, I will definitely do that. I'm just going to try a piece. I'm going to cut it, and then I'm just going to take a piece and try it. Megan, yeah, or after during school? Yeah, his is after. It's like an after-school program. So Tuesdays and Thursdays. The reason that I stream during the day and into the evening on Tuesdays and Thursdays is because I don't have to do school pickup. Gwen does school pickup.
Thank you, Twinderella,
So
for the awesome dad joke. That's me, Calvin the dad.
okay, we got a little piece of. Let's take this nice red piece of rhubarb. I know. Well, in a minute here, I'm gonna. Camera's not focused.
I don't want to do
There we
something
go.
creative.
In a minute here, I'm gonna kick him out of the kitchen and tell him to go somewhere else in the house and figure out something to do, like that book that you have upstairs. You can go read that.
Boo.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, you're not going to be allowed to just stand here and troll me.
I'm not trolling you.
Okay? Hey, I am serious, though. I know that you know I'm serious, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you could play with the dog. You could tidy. You could do a puzzle. You could read a book. You could write a letter. You could write some letters to folks. You could literally just sit in the dark. I don't know. I know, Megan. We have summer camp coming up. So he'll be pretty occupied during the week, which is nice. Okay, let's get, let's try some of this. Let's try this raw. We got a little salt here. A little bit of salt. I'm just going to take the end of this and just dip it in some salt. Here. So we're going to do one end in salt. one end in some salt. And then we'll take a bite. And then the other end we'll try in some sugar. So we got a little salt pile here. Let's go ahead and dip yours in the end. Get some salt on that. Tap it off. Maybe don't get a ton of salt. Just like, yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
it's good.
That might be too much, but I don't really know. I can find something for you to do, and then I look at the sink or the laundry room or the closest bathroom, and they know to scatter or they are cleaning. That's true. He has laundry he could put away. He could do those dishes in the sink over here.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to swallow that, but I don't want to. Oof. Don't take that the wrong way. This is a rhubarb taste test.
I liked it.
Alley Cat, welcome in. Belly flops, you did.
I liked it.
You liked that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What did you like about that?
The only part that I didn't really like was the texture.
Texture. Interesting.
That was the part I didn't like. I liked the taste though. I liked that it was like sour.
There you go. So it's really, this is definitely a me thing. Rhubarb muffin. Whoa, those are all words I'm trying to say out loud. Post my rhubarb muffin recipe. Amazing. It is allowed. Yes, it's definitely allowed. There's a recipes channel, and I'd love to see it. I'd love to find a rhubarb recipe that I love.
Let's see.
So I'm going to try it with a little bit of sugar.
Do you like this?
No.
I'm gonna put a bunch on. Yeah, that's good.
Oh. That's a sour face.
I didn't really like it as much with the sugar.
Interesting.
But-
Whoa, really?
Yeah, I didn't like the contrast.
Interesting. So you like the salt enhancing the sourness.
Mm.
You did not like the sugar being sweet and sour. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it was because it was at the same time. Like Sour Patch Kids, that's like sour and then sweet.
Mm-hmm. That is their whole advertising slogan.
But-
First they're sour, then they're sweet.
But I feel like I didn't really like the salt because it was like both at the same time.
Hmm. You mean the sugar?
The sugar. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Which one did you like more?
The sugar.
I'm just eating sugar now.
I like the sugar more because it was sugar. But I have to say, I always try. I always try it. I buy rhubarb. I always like try a little bit. Like that was my try. The raw still not for me. It's so sour. I'm just not. I can't. The flavor is not where my head is at. Celery with peanut butter. Classic. We have celery and peanut butter and sun butter.
You do?
I am not meant for rhubarb, Avo. You know what's weird? Now my teeth feel weird. You know when your teeth are like, you can feel.
Same, my teeth do also feel.
My teeth feel like textured. Clip the no and make it a sound clip. No. Yeah, it's still just not for me. I'm not gonna lie. Can't say I hate rhubarb. I'm not exactly a fan either. Totally, fellas. Yeah, and same. Like I'm not like disparaging it. It's got a very distinct flavor. It's just it doesn't appeal to me in the raw. That definitely was not my favorite Pickling it might be good. Overly acidic. Yes.
Make a sound clip. Make a clip.
It definitely overly acidic, Phoenix. Exactly that. It's like, yeah, it's like it stripped all of the stuff off of your teeth and they're just like raw teeth now. I don't know if that makes sense, but lemon with salt, probably. Well, probably true.
Who requested the rhubarb thingy?
Nobody requested. Nobody requested the rhubarb.
I know, like they said.
Sida said to try it with the salt.
Who?
That right there, that name.
Okay.
Pedro, welcome in. This is Calvin. Yeah. So I'm still, suffice it to say, I'm not a huge fan of rhubarb. I love grapefruit though. Like I do love sour stuff. Just something about it. There's like, it's like sour and there's some other flavor in there that I'm not really sure quite what it is, but it's just not, it just doesn't sit right with me. And then again, that's okay. We don't all have to love everything. All right. I am going to get out the sugar though. Now I did mention that I liked rhubarb simple syrup. We are going to make that because that is a favorite because it's got the tartness, but there's like so much sweetness, and then when you use it for a beverage, it just gets lost. Like the tartness gets lost, and it's just like that bright sort of fruitiness.
Go pause.
It is for cocktails, Megan.
Pause.
Okay.
Okay. Pausing Calvin's room speaker.
It's for general purposes, Megan. It's not for like a specific cup of any variety. What's the ratio for simple syrup? I feel like it's 1-to-1, right? It's like a cup of sugar, a cup of water.
Mm-hmm.
I usually do like a cup of sugar and then like 2 or 3 cups of water. But I know there's a specific ratio, 50-50.
God.
Okay. It is a lot of sugar. You're right. You're not wrong. Okay. What's you are bored and in the kitchen. I am.
Yeah.
I am not here to entertain you. Okay? You are. I'm happy if you want to like hang out. I don't really have anything you can help with, and my preference this afternoon would be for you to occupy yourself for some time before getting back on a screen. I do not want to be the entertainment for you. Okay? Yeah, I know. This stuff in my teeth too. It's really bothering me, and I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I put 1.5 cups of sugar in there. Let's do 2 cups of water. Let's see how much water is. What are you looking for in here?
I was looking to see if there was anything I could like edit out of my teeth.
There's floss upstairs. You go use your floss. That's what it's for. Yeah, I have rhubarb on my lower front teeth, and it's going to be a problem. Okay, so two cups of water. Let's see. Is that going to cover this rhubarb? It is. I'm going to do just a little bit more than that. Maybe we'll do 3 cups. Because this is going to end up simmering down for a little bit. All right, 3 cups of water. Cleaning celery bits out of your teeth. It's a vibe. That is for real. that is definitely for real. Oh God, Liz, that is always a fun process. Selecting a new therapist based on their internet bio is like, it's very tantamount to like dating, like the apps, or like, you're like, are you gonna be weird if I bring up this thing? Like, hey, I need a therapist who is well versed in these specific topics, because these are my things. Mundane says my dad would have smacked me off the counter. Mundane, we generally have we're pretty lax about a lot of stuff here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. And wait, I put 3 cups in there. No, I put 1.5 cups. Let's do 2 cups worth of sugar. That way it's like a 2-to-1 ratio. So I'm just going to do another 1/2 cup. Also, functionally, that's going to finish this bag of sugar, which is quite nice. I have more sugar. I have another one of those bags up there already. So, all right, we're going to dump that in. We'll let that cook, I guess. We'll see. It does almost feel like a dating profile. Is do you deal in clients that are not human? Sometimes, like, yeah, sometimes I'm going to show up in as a furry, because like that's just who I am. And you cool with that? Yeah, everyone puts their best selves forward. That is very true. Yeah, they're like, I deal with this and this and this and this, and you're like, oh, do you though? How long did it take me to find my therapist? A couple weeks. Because there's like availability, right? Like you want to be able to go see somebody reasonably soon if you're like starting up somewhere new. So it's sort of the balance of like, is this person available? And if so, like, what do they say? You know, like I want, you know, I have like some specific things, you know, for myself when I think about it. To me, it's like, I email them. The last time I actually changed therapists was 2 years ago. No, 1.5 years ago. Lemon, welcome in. Hello. It's going great. It's going great. We're sort of in between. I've got things on heat, which is amazing. Like for me, I just have a list of like, I'll email them and be like, hey, do you know, how do you guys, like, how do you feel about marijuana? How do you feel about atheism? How do you feel about ethical non-monogamy? How do you feel about queers? Let's like, you know, because if somebody's like, I don't have experience in this thing, that's different than saying, I don't support this thing, right? I don't need that person to care. I don't need that person to be somebody who practices like any of those things, you know. I need them to be familiar with the concept and not morally opposed. So for me, like, that's really important. Those are really like the things that for me, honestly, like, because those are all important aspects of my life. So I don't want to talk to them until they've answered that question, those questions. You know, you book the appointment. You're like, hey, I filled out a questionnaire for you. Now you fill out one for me. It's very short. Most booked up wouldn't be best for me in Mormonville. A non-Mormon therapist that supports LGBTQ people would be difficult. You know, Tundra, I wonder if it is. I'm not like seed of doubting you, right? I'm imagining that it is more difficult than finding someone in Philadelphia, like full stop, right? I'm wondering though, because like certainly there's people in that area who are probably familiar. I don't know. How do you feel about Cthulhu as your Lord and Savior, right? Yes. How do you feel about Cthulhu as your Lord and Savior? Are you familiar with the flying spaghetti monster? Dana says you should always talk to a potential therapist unless you trust the source that sent you. If they claim they don't talk to potential clients, that's a red flag. Dana is a Dana, if I'm correct, you're a marriage and family therapist, I believe, is your bio. I think it says that on your Twitch profile. I'm not like doxing you for that, but I do. I'd appreciate that. There you go. Straight from a bona fide therapist. If they're not going to answer your questions ahead of time, that's a bad look. So there you go. I absolutely concur. And I've changed therapists three times. I've had 4, and so I've changed 3 times. And every time I've sent them a message ahead of time and been like, you know, here's my dating profile. How do you feel about all these things? Strange to think personal morals should even be an issue in such a professional field. True, mundane. And part of what I think is like, I want to be able to relate to somebody too. Like, I don't need an adversary in the room, and also I don't want to explain to them what some of these things are. If the letters like ENM don't mean anything to you as a therapist, and you look it up and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm familiar with that, like that's, you know, but like if you're like, I don't even know what you're talking about, then like I don't want to spend time explaining concepts. Anyway, fun fact, I just had therapy today and it was great. I don't think so in Salt Lake. Reasonable. I hear there's a lot of specific opinions in Salt Lake. I have it covered by insurance, fellas. Yeah, that is huge. The insurance coverage is a big part of it. Worma, yeah, I have found good responses on, I think it was Life Stance, where I found my last one. Life Stance. Yes. Belly flops, exactly. Years felt unseen, referral from a friend. Yeah, and that's great. As long as you don't mind going to the same therapist that your friend does. Fellow says she ended up being one of the most craziest persons I've ever known. I mean, listen. There's a difference between going to a therapist and like having therapists for friends or like dating a therapist. I just want to go and have them take my money. DJ Harley, welcome in. Welcome in. The LDS therapist is like, do you mean polygamy? And you're like, no, I don't. Yeah, belly flop. Yeah, if you have to Google BPD, you don't. Just next. Right. I know. Yeah, exactly. If you're self-aware and you're searching out a therapist for yourself, like you should just have a checklist of things that you need. And like if they're not going to meet that checklist for you, then they're not for you. It doesn't mean that they're bad or that they're not, you know, it doesn't mean anything. It just means that you're not going to be on the same wavelength. That's all. Phoenix, most therapists would be happy taking money too, but I have to imagine that as a therapist, like you probably don't want to work with somebody either who's like very distinctly like specific. I don't know. I feel like there's, you know, a niche, and it's like, hey, if I was a therapist, I probably wouldn't want to work with people who had, you know, I wouldn't want to work with people who have whatever, for like specific, you know, certain specific things, or because I'm not familiar with them, or I wasn't trained to, or like I just don't want to I don't want to have to internalize and with certain things. Like folks that work with like folks that have trauma and have to, you know, sit with that all the time. It's like they're taking on a lot too. So you kind of, you know, if you tell your therapist like, here's all my stuff, and they're like, holy shit, and you're like, okay, next. Mine keeps trying to get me to identify stupid feelings. I know, Shayna, I know. It's what they do. It's great. Never dated her. Found her extremely attractive, reasonable. Probably for the best. And I'm happy to talk about it. I am very open about my going to therapy. I've been going for a long time now, and it is the literal best thing that I have done for myself as a human, is to start and maintain a practice of going to therapy. Just full stop. I have funny you should mention that, Shayna, because I was talking about my little purse earlier. Here it is. In the little purse is a little notebook. And in the little notebook, where I do keep all of my journaling, I have exactly what you were describing. So if you don't know how to talk about your feelings, just Google the feelings wheel. And you could also perhaps Google the feelings chart, which tells you the intensity, strong, mild, or weak, of your happy, sad, angry, scared, or confused emotions. It's great. For someone who loves synonyms, definitely worth checking out, because there's a lot of different ways to say you're mad. Phyllis, that is super cool about the microdosing thing, though. I feel like that is a huge area of expanse. I would love to get into that myself, honestly. I've done some of that, but I feel like I'm not, I'd love to do it more like professionally. Not professionally. I'd love to have a professionally administered experience in that way. My ex-fiance was always good at telling me what I'm doing wrong. Yes. Mundane. I don't mean to have a laugh at your expense, but I did. And what you said was also funny. So, insurance basically only covers cognitive behavior. CBT. I'm so self-aware, cognitive behavioral therapy doesn't work. Yeah. And that's definitely the thing about therapy is all the different ways. I was talking to my friend, one of my friends goes, and like his experience is so wildly different from mine that it's literally, it's like, I don't even recognize what you're doing. Like, this is such a odd experience, but it's going great for him. So I just like to talk. I just need someone to listen to me. I just want someone to listen, really. That's all it is. Billy Fluff says, I started feeling safe and she immediately started going over the entire act of things are confidential unless you're indicating violence on others. Yeah, exactly. Should be. I'm a good client. I am a good client. I'm never out of things to say. So there's that. Whiskey, welcome in. Lurk Life. Enjoy your lurk. I hope you're having a good one. Good to see you. Whiskey, you had the longest stream. I was in and out of your stream over the weekend. I think it was Sunday. Much like basically anytime I ever go in anyone's stream, I of course didn't say hi, and I really should. Stop beating yourself up over it. It's okay. But it was your stream. It was like impressive. I was like, holy crap! Your stamina and energy was like tops. Saren, welcome in. Came at a good time. The feelings wheel. Yeah, look up the feelings wheel. I love it. I love it. I had someone suggest it to me like 15 years ago, and it was a huge, it was a revelation. And Velas, yeah, I mean, it's not, I think with therapy, the thing that I think a lot of folks are, I don't want to say get hung up on, it's like the first time I ever went, the first time I ever did therapy, it was because I was having like I was having a crisis. I was like I was in a state of crisis. And I needed a third party to like arbitrate what I was telling myself and how I was talking to myself. And I recognized that I did, and then it was like, oh shit, this is great. What else can we do with this? A listener and a reminder for empathy. Empathy towards yourself, Sida. Exactly. You have to be able to have you giving yourself grace is very difficult. I don't know why I'm like looking to take the tops off these carrots and like repack them, but I'm going to use them for dinner, so I don't need to repack them. We're making pesto now, by the way. In all this conversation, I have started getting out the ingredients for pesto. We have, just to like, from the top, we have garlic in the oven that's roasting in a packet. I can hear it. I can smell it. It's been in there for 38 minutes and 40 seconds. I have rhubarb simple syrup on the stove, which is starting to bubble. So I'm going to turn that down just a little bit and let that simmer for, I don't even know. How long does simple syrup simmer for? 10 minutes? With rhubarb? We'll see. I am going to set the timer though. I've known from my abnormally long streams. Well, I love it. I would love to, I love a long stream. I'm a big fan of both doing them and watching them. Okay, what else are we putting in here? This is, what do we call this? Irregular pesto? We're making some irregular pesto today. I'm just taking all of the stuff out of my crisper drawer that could go in pesto, and we're going to make it into pesto. And then we're going to make dinner afterward with some of these things. Like I'm going to use the beet tops for the pesto. I'm going to use the carrot tops for the pesto. And then we're going to use both the carrots and the beets for dinner. This is fennel that I'm trimming down right now. And we're going to use the fronds off of this for pesto. Only real friends will laugh at your struggles, Mundane says. This is true. And I think most friends will, you know, if I'm laughing, it's out of empathy. If I'm laughing, it's because I'm like, I get it. Guilt means you did something wrong. I've let that one go. Yeah, I know. Letting other people have their own feelings too is also a hard thing to be able to do. Be like, yeah, you're upset at me and I get it. I know why you're upset and I'm not going to try to fix it for you. I'm going to just recognize where you're at. That's also difficult. I do think it helps though, generally, fellas. Yeah. Love the hat. Is it custom? The hat itself is not custom. The pen holder is not custom. The command hat, if you want to see where I got them from. But this is basically it's a 5-panel hat. It has a little pen holder on one side, which is great. So if you ever see me doing like this before writing something, it's because I'm trying to get my pen out. And often it's like not there. Once you move on to typically long, I make 2 baked goodies to give away: dinner and mocktails and cocktails. It's great and it's fun, and it's like, yeah, if you're gonna be doing a bunch of stuff, it always takes a little longer than you think. At least it takes me longer. I'm reading Let Them. I've never heard of it, Shayna. Good recommendation. Joe, welcome in. Good to see ya. The hat, just to like put a bookend on it, is made. For one, they're not cheap. So we'll start with that. They are not inexpensive hats. They are made by hand by a couple that lives in Rhode Island. They are very, very good quality. I've had them. My oldest one is quite old. I don't know how old, but it's old. It's probably 2013 is when I got the oldest one. And it's still kicking. I wore it yesterday. So they're worth it. And if you opt into purchasing one, you get the good feeling of having supported an independent craft person, I guess. So there's that. There's that. If that's a value that you are into supporting, like independent artists, etc., then certainly by all means go for it. I also want to say that they have very graciously sent me hats over the years. I told them about stream one time, and I was like, hey, thanks, and I appreciate, like, oh, you know, I have a command for y'all on stream, blah blah blah. And they were like, holy crap, that's amazing, like, let us send you some hats, like, what do you want? And I was like, okay. So I have not purchased all of the hats that I own from them, but I have definitely purchased a lot of them over the years. Like once or twice a year, I'll buy myself like a new hat from them. And, you know, over the span of 12 plus years, you just have a bunch now. So I'm going to keep the beets and the carrots out on the counter right now. But what I'm going to start doing is putting my greens, all the greens that I'm going to throw into this pesto, in a bowl to go in the food processor, because all this is going to go in the processor. And I'm just kind of cleaning it all up at once here. We have lots of different stuff. I'm going to use the beet greens. I'm going to use fennel fronds. I'm going to use carrot tops and garlic scapes. So quite a few different like greens. And none of this is really a recipe. I've never actually used the beet greens before, so I'm kind of sus over whether they'll be good or not. I usually don't love softer greens in my pesto. Softer greens meaning like spinach, etc. But I've made arugula pesto before and it's great, so I don't, you know, doesn't mean you can't use it. If I was still back of house at the restaurant, I would buy one of these guys. They do sell wholesale too. I was talking to someone at the playground yesterday who is a chef, and they were talking to them about their I was talking to them about their business, because I used to go into the restaurant all the time, and then they closed that restaurant. Now they do a bunch of catering, but he was like, who was I talking to? No, I was talking to Angie. She was like, yeah, we were looking at those hats, and she was like, we were going to buy like the wholesale ones, but they were really expensive. And I was like, yeah, I mean, you kind of have to, like, if you're buying them for a restaurant, it's like, yeah, they're, you know, you're buying like 10 of them. So they're not cheap. So but they do hold up, and they're good quality. So I saw a recipe using carrot greens with pesto, and I really want to give it a shot, Baker says. Well, they're great for pesto. I love parrots. That's not actually true. I'm indifferent to parrots. I love carrot greens, though. Hold on, let me try. Yeah. Beet greens are so mild. It's kind of incredible. When you eat a beet it's like a very intense experience sometimes, and the greens are just so like meh, whatever. But that's kind of why I like them. I usually saute the beet greens and just have like a single spoonful of greens, but the carrot greens we're gonna use. So I didn't use the stems of the beet greens because I am not a fan of them. They're like weird and sour and bitter. But I am going to use the stems of the carrot tops. I too love a tasty pesto. We're getting into the season where I basically just make pesto out of anything green several times. So for y'all who've been hanging out here since last summer, or before, you have absolutely seen me just like make pesto up several times, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm basically just processing this down by hand so that when I toss it into the food processor, it's not like spilling out the top. And I'm also picking off some of the little brown bits and just kind of getting this all ready to dump in. I'm going to cut these garlic scapes up. So these are scapes. If you're not familiar with these, they're the flowering tops of a garlic plant. They're different. They come out of a different plant than your bulbs of garlic. So what we have in the oven right now, which I should probably check on again. It's a different, I believe it's a different type of garlic, or a different breed, plant, variety. What's that timer for? The simple syrup. Okay. We'll check that in a second. Chapstick Queen, welcome in. Scapes with the scapes. You know, Whiskey, this is going to sound awful. I was in a streamer's chat last night, a new food and drink streamer. It was their literal first stream, like the literal very first stream that they had ever done. It said so in the title. And I don't know, let me put this, I don't know if they knew what they were doing. And I don't mean to say that in like a negative sense. I mean, like, I don't think that they understood when someone was trolling them, okay? It was actually bad. I sent them a message on Twitch during the stream. And I hope they read it. They didn't respond. But basically, like I read back through the chat log, right? It was their first stream. They had no one had been in chat. So you could see basically the entire chat history. And I went back through, and the first person who chatted was a literal troll, and was like, after like a few things, they were like, "Hey, you should make me a mod." Like, we know where this is going, right? And then they did. That person made them a mod. And I saw it. I was like, not mod, not mod, not mod. And then it was like, boom, done. They explained how to do it. And then the person made them a moderator. And then someone else came into chat and was like, I could be a moderator too. And they made that person a mod. And I was not there for any of this. And I'm like reading. And I'm like, oh, I'm like watching it devolve. There's like 40 lines of chat and that's it over 2 hours. And I was like, oh shit. Like, what's happening here? And I get to the bottom, and the person had done this in chat. I don't know if I can do it, but they did the let's see. Can I do that? Will it let me? Yeah, they did that. So what I just put in chat, and the person was like, holy, oh my God, like, thank you for the generosity, blah, blah, blah. And then the person was like, and this is where it gets bad. This is where, like, it was upsetting, because this person, by all senses that I could tell, and by their own admission, is female. And the person was like, hey, I'll tip you $10 if you twerk for me. And they did. And the person just did that again and put like, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, are you fucking for real? I was so mad. I was like, really, I'm like thinking about it right now. I'm getting upset. It was really upsetting, because it's like, this person was brand new and no one had said anything. And I was like, oh my God. I sent them a DM and was like, I was like, hey, listen, no, they didn't have any mods. They had 3 followers. 3 followers. They had literally, it was the first time they'd ever gone live. First time. They were streaming from a phone. And it was, yeah, I was like, okay, I'm going to send, so like, I'm going to follow up with them again and just be like, hey, just like, so we're like, hey, I want to follow up with you, because this was like, just, and like, I sent them a message, and was like, you know, hey, blah, blah, blah. Like, you should unmod these people. 2, like, you didn't actually get any money out of this, blah, blah, blah. It was very terrible and very sad. But like, that's, how did I even get on this topic? I don't even remember. But like, man, you gotta fucking watch out. You gotta watch out. And like, it's a scary thing out there. There's no harbor for trolls. Like, 0 harbor. And it was upsetting. I reported both of those people. I was just like, holy shit, like, this is someone's first experience on Twitch. Oh, right, Whiskey, thank you. I was like, why was I even thinking about this? Right, because they were just trolling the person. But what happened was they just did it. They wrote that. It was like, has donated blah, blah, blah. And the person was like, oh my God, thank you. That's so awesome. And then they started making requests for more money. So it was a very like, they were phishing. It was very insidious and not great. Baker, I hope so too. Again, I'm definitely going to follow up with them. I also kept a note of what accounts those 2 folks were, and I'm going to go back and see if they had any action taken against them. But that's like, yeah, that's the experience. Fun experiences on Twitch, right? Man, this is what happens when I stay up too late and I just like sit online on my couch, like looking at the internet. I twerked once on stream. It is after 25,000 bits. If someone donated 25,000 bits, you better believe I would fucking do that. Like, absolutely. But I would also know I know how to verify it. So that was the thing. That was the thing. Like, this person just didn't have the awareness of how it works. They're not an affiliate, because so they were like, hey, like, thanks for the, what did they say? It was like, they were like, oh, you're my first sub. You're my first, like, thanks for the sub after the tip. And I was like, oh, this person just doesn't know. They just don't know. No, lucky no one clipped it. There's an old clip. One of the oldest clips from this channel is from like stream number 1 through 10, maybe, of Gwen twerking like right here. And someone did clip it and it's still there, but it was funny. It wasn't, it was whatever. I'll tip you $10 if I what? Well, see, the thing is that what's 25K bits? I don't even know how much money that is. Is it $250? Someone find it. Trina, it's an old one. It's like if you sort by date, you'll find it. I'm sure you would find it if you sorted by date. But yeah, for $250, I would absolutely do that too. You know those questions where they're like, how much money would it take for you to do this thing? I heard this on the street the other day. I was out in the city and I was walking around, and I heard someone go, how much for you to lick that trash can, like the inside of like one of the public trash cans? And I had the thought to myself, I bet I'd do it for less than they would, despite not hearing their answer. And I stand by that. I probably would. Listen, y'all don't know. I don't love capitalism, but I will participate in it if it helps me. And this is the appropriate time for this sound.
That is how the world works. That is how the world works.
There we go. Oh, we all basically kind of forced to participate in capitalism whether we want to or not. Yes. Correct. Doesn't it feel shitty? Doesn't it just feel shitty? All right, we're almost done with we're almost done with figuring out all the greens that are going in here. Dan, thank you for your resub. A natural tier 1 resub where you hit the subscribe button. We love it. They're our favorite. Dan, thank you for being a supporter. I do appreciate your support. And I appreciate you being here. I have intrusive thoughts like that all the time. I mean, same. Lick the trash can. Ask someone to pay you money to lick the trash can. Right? I know Calvin's not up there reading because I can hear him jumping all around. I don't think he's touched his book at all. My goal this afternoon really was to get him to like sit down and read for like an hour, and I said as much to him, but I don't think he's done that yet. He did come down here to hang out for a little bit, but all right. I think we've got a lot of greens ready to go. That is basically all of the greens that I want to put in here. So we're going to get to the rest of these ingredients after we take a little break here. We're right at the top of the hour. It is 1600 hours here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where I am. We're rolling along for what I'm trying to do on stream today. I'm actually making pretty good progress. After we do a little break, we're going to come back and finish assembling this pesto, and then we're going to turn our attention to dinner. Dinner is a roasted beet and roasted carrot salad. So we got to roast those beets and roast those carrots. I think what I might do, yeah, we'll finish the pesto entirely. I was going to say I'll do the carrots and then we'll come back to the pesto. No, we're not going to do that. I'm going to take the simple syrup off the heat. So we wrap that up. We have our big bowl of greens here. And we're going to take a little break. We're going to take a quick words on stream break. Liz, thank you for your tip. Liz, thank you for the $10 tip. Thank you for the $10 tip. I appreciate you. Is that a twerk? Did I do it? No, that was terrible. I've never tried to do that on my life. It said for not twerking. Oh, I didn't see the message. My bad. Sorry for wasting your money then. Okay, we're gonna take a quick 3-minute break. We're gonna run some ads on Twitch. If you're not a subscriber, you're gonna get ads. They're gonna be 3 minutes long. If you don't want to see the ads or you want to hear me ramble, you can subscribe on YouTube. There's a link in the chat. We're gonna start a game of words on stream. And we're going to start our ad. Here we go. We'll be right back. The ad might start. There it goes. Okay, we figured it out.
Commercials I hate.
Good Lord. Why is the sound being all wonky today? My sound, not your sound. My sound is being really weird. It's like fragmented and not, it's like clipping at the end. It's like getting cut off. Okay, let's see if I can get any of these dishes done during this, our moment of break. I probably can't. Oh, I should get the garlic out of the oven. It's been in there for an hour. Let's just do that now because it's definitely roasted. And if I don't do this in this moment of me thinking about it, I'm going to forget and it'll be in there for 2 hours. I'm going to leave the oven on though because then it will be good for... I am not going to get any of these dishes done because the water's not even hot. So what I want to do is I'm going to fill up my dish pan with the hot water and then we'll do the dishes in the next break. That's what we'll do. By the next break, I should actually have most of the dishes that I'm going to use for cooking things in the sink. That would be actually probably better if I wait. Possibly not, but who knows. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. Hey, if you're a subscriber, and you can hear me if you're a subscriber, those two sounds that I said that I added earlier are in the profile now under the... You can use commands. You can use commands to activate those sounds on your own if you'd like. As a reminder for subscribers, all of the commands that are available via a sound, the sounds that are available via a chat command are updated and in the profile panel down below, the subscriber profile panel. And I can say that right now because if you are a subscriber, you're not getting an ad right now, so you can hear me. So anyway, I'll say it again after we're finished the ad because maybe someone else will subscribe if I do that. Ah, just tripped over my compost bucket. Damn it! Liz, thank you for reposting or bringing that. Thank you for resurfacing that rhubarb cookie recipe again in Discord. I am definitely going to look at it. I looked at it already, but I'm in full-on like consideration mode for what we're doing for cookies this month. So. If you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience. You're back from an ad break, and I appreciate your patience. No, it does not last too long. That is correct. But it is available to me, so I should use it while we can. That's the goal. Mix, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Last guesses, get him in. Very Very nice. It has a juice. All right. We're good. Hey, question for y'all. Is the sound, that corn sound that just played, did it sound like it was choppy? Or was that just me? Here's another one. Does this sound choppy?
No, I don't know what you mean. But
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So it's not just me. It's actually the stream. Okay. Good to know. I don't know why that's happening. But it is happening. So profit. I noticed it earlier. It was happening before stream started. So it's definitely my computer. And also I should note that all the sounds that happen in stream are being played locally from a file on my computer. So the bot is pulling that sound, loading it into somewhere, and then playing it into the stream. So I have no idea why that's happening. I think I did a bunch of stuff in the bot and then I didn't restart my computer. So maybe that has something to do with it. Anyway, we're back. We're back. It is the first stream of the calendar month. I see Cookie Club entries rolling in. Reminder, you can enter Cookie Club 3 times per month using channel point entries. I see that the folks who have just done that are well versed in that fact. But if you are not, and you have channel points you want to use for Cookie Club, stop fucking with the knife. It's not meant for that. You can use Cookie Club. You can use channel point entries for Cookie Club entries, and then at the end of the month, we tally all that up and we do a drawing. I'm going to do that drawing today. I have my Cookie Club entries in here ready to go. All done up. I even have a little sheet of paper in case there's things that I forgot. If someone's like, hey, how come my name's not on the thing? I had this thing. Anyway, all of the entries should be in Discord under the entry tracking channel for Cookie Club. There are a few check-ins that are not in there. All the ones that are in the Stream Dump channel are not in Discord because I caught them. I caught that I didn't add them this morning and I added them manually, but I didn't go back and add them to Discord, so just be aware. A very small subset of people that applies to. I took the liberty of taking this roasted garlic out of the oven during the break because it was finished. It was finished. And now it's here. We're gonna cool it off. Angry Rook, how do you get your check-ins? Honestly, I don't know. I should say that I have not built a way to do that, but I'm going to, because that's really easy to do. You get your check-ins after. When you check in, it tells you your number, but after you've done that, there's no way to do it again. There should be. Or it should just populate on the auto message that that happens when you try to check in a second time. Anyway, John, welcome in. John, it's great to have you. I appreciate you bringing friends through. I appreciate you as a human, and it is really lovely to see you. Friends who joined us, let's say hello. Let's say hi to John too. John is a fellow food and drink streamer. John is forever putting Asia in your mouth with his East Asian focus. Generally East Asian, I believe, is your narrowed down sweet spot. Correct me if I am wrong. I've been wrong before. It has happened. There's no counter for that, but you know. But let's say hi. Crawdot, welcome in. Fudge Darling, hello. Welcome. Timmer's Crunch, hello. Welcome. UPenn Gamer, good to see you. UPenn Gamer, I was just walking through UPenn on Thursday last week. Our IRL stream took us directly through, what is the name of that walk? The walk. Starts with a W. It goes all the way through the campus. Anyway, Mr. Miami Cool, welcome in. It's from suburban Calgary, Canada to the world. And we love it. It's good to see you, John. Scrolling. Meant to check in entries. Oh, how do you see where they are? In Discord, Angry Rook, there is a list of all of the folks that have multiples of 20 from the month that we have, the month past. So there's no way to there's no ongoing sort of running list that's visible anywhere. What I was talking about is building it building a response from the bot where you can say command how many check-ins, and it would tell you how many you have. Broccoli, resubscribe for 6 months. Welcome in. Good to see you. That is guaranteed cookies. 6 months. Every 6 months, if you stay subscribed for 6 months, you will get guaranteed cookies. John made me swear not to tell you, but we were going to make you ahead of time. Well, I appreciate that, fellas. As you well know, fellas, I am not good at keeping secrets, so you are doing better. Also, I hope that your backyard tent camping experience is still going very well. Liz, thank you for this shout out. Doing dishes, hell yeah, I get that. Doing dishes and not speaking out loud. That's what happens right after stream. You just take a big deep breath, you look at the sink, and you're like, we're gonna give it a second. All right, let's catch you up on what we're doing today on stream. Before I do that, though, friends who are hanging out here, if you're not following John, you should. I appreciate John for myriad reasons, one of which is his enthusiasm. I think John brings it to stream, and if you have seen his stream, you know what I'm talking about. But John has so much energy that is infectious, and enthusiasm, and an actual genuine curiosity and love for the food that he's making, and the excitement of sharing that and trying new things and perfecting old things is really obvious when you're watching. And it's also just fun. His kitchen's fun, the family's fun. The family interactions are fun. So I would encourage y'all, if you were hanging out, to please go follow John as a fellow food and drink streamer and just genuinely good human. We, in this little corner of the internet, are doing a variety of things today. We're in a weird process of pesto making. So I'm making pesto. I roasted some garlic to go in the pesto. I also have some rhubarb simple syrup, which was on the stove. It's been simmering. It's pretty cool now. So we're gonna, before we do more with the pesto, I think I'm going to, I'm gonna strain this out. No, I'm gonna leave this sit. I'm going to leave this straight. I'm going to strain this while the beets and carrots are roasting, because the rest of the dinner is super easy to get together, and I need something to do while the beets roast in the oven. That isn't just stand here and stare at the screen and hope that that's enough. Sometimes it is. Most of the time it's not. Okay, we'll table that. Pause. We're gonna finish this pesto. What do we have so far? What do we need? Better question. What do I need to get out? Primary question. What do I need to get out? The rest of the ingredients. So we have fennel fronds, beet tops, carrot tops, and garlic scapes in here, as well as parsley, dill, and chive. So we have a lot of different greens in here. There's a large like melange variety of things. And into this, I'm going to put some of this roasted garlic. I'm going to put, I'm going to not use these pistachios because these are like snacking pistachios that I need to shell, and like I got plenty of other options. I don't need to do that. So I thought about it, but we're gonna table those. We're gonna not table them. We're gonna put them in the cabinet and like let them be in the cabinet. I'm gonna use some of this. I think this is walnut flour. It might be pecan flour. Pecan flour, depends. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna put some sunflower seeds in here because I have those. Yeah, so nuts, garlic, lemon. I have a real lemon. No, I'm gonna want to put more. I'm just gonna use a fake lemon juice. It's not fake. It is in fact real. It says so on the container. I'm just gonna use that. And cheese, Parmesan, or whatever. Whoa, shit's falling up. The reason that I was thinking about straining off that simple syrup right now is because I really would like to have a cold beverage, and I'd like to use some of it in that cold beverage. But we'll get there. We'll get there later. This does happen to be Parmesan. I don't remember when this cheese is from. It's been in the fridge for some time. Aging. I was aging it. We're aging it at home. That's what we're doing. Anyway, it says best by January 30th, 2026. So it's fine. I am... Grab a little cutting board. With the cheese, you don't really need to grate the cheese. At least I don't think so. As long as I just cut it up into some like smaller pieces, it should be okay. Creme Delish, welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you. Phoenix hard cheese lasts so long. It does. And this is a... it's fine. It smells great. It smells great, actually. I mean, I got this for some recipe. What did I even get this for? I don't remember, but I didn't use it, obviously. Even if it is cut off the moldy parts. Right, well, for hard cheeses, that is very true. You can just chop off the moldy bits and you're just like, meh, it's fine. For soft cheeses, I probably would not do that. For a giant ball of like mozzarella, I might, but for like ricotta, creme fraiche, any of those like really truly soft cheeses, goat, etc., I just wouldn't. Mold in a brick of cream cheese, Corona, exactly. Like any type of soft cheese, I'd probably avoid doing that. Shana says, I now note in my shopping list, and after what the heck I buy random ingredients. It is, buying the random ingredients is definitely an issue. It's one of those things where if you have the capacity to order groceries and like you're doing a big order, right? So for me, when I order, I'll order from like Costco, and then it'll just be like a massive order. Like I need to do it. I need to do that today. We need quite a few things, like bulk things, but that's where I'll like order, and that keeps me from buying a bunch of like extra stuff at the store. Because what happens is when I go to the store, I'm like, look at this thing, it's really exciting, I'm gonna buy it, and then I like look at it in the fridge and I'm like, it's not as exciting.
Yeah.
Save the hard cheese wedges. Totally. Say that what?
I just did my hour karate routine.
Your a karate routine? What do you mean you did your hour karate routine? Like an hour of karate?
1 hour.
Wow, okay. Pretty good.
Like what we usually do. I did forms. I did a little bit of break falls, but like that didn't really work.
Okay.
Because I didn't know the mat.
Right.
And I did self-defense
Okay.
and one step and
Wow. You did some practicing up there. That was good. You practiced your karate.
and first stretches. I did 200 things out.
Okay. You're always making the kids do jumping jacks when you get to lead the exercises.
Jumping jacks.
I know you love the jumping jacks.
I feel like it probably hurt me.
No. Well, I'm glad you have all this energy.
And I also did 20
Food processor.
ups
Okay.
and 50 sit-ups.
Impressive. Good stuff.
Now I'm tired.
Now you're tired? Well, nap time.
No.
It's nap time. Has your mother communicated at all today? No, she has not yet. Which is fine. I'm expecting.
Communicated with me as in
Was she texting you?
no, not she's communicating by playing moves.
Oh, she's playing chess games. Okay. We signed Gwen up for the chess, the family chess collective as well.
He played a good move. It discovered defense on the bishop. I went here attacking the bishop, and she moved the knight, so the rook was defending the bishop.
Pretty good.
I don't know if that's why she developed the knight, or if it was just because develop a knight.
I don't know, but it works.
Yeah.
Youthful energy indeed. He's definitely got it. He's definitely got the youthful energy. Would you say you have youthful energy, Calvin? Yeah? Okay. Let me wash my hands real quick, because I'm gonna squeeze this garlic out. He is smart, Shayna. He has been very into playing the chess games recently, and is quite good at them. Is quite good.
I've won your game.
Oh, you?
No way you're making it to 106 moves.
You know, I'm gonna get out of that corner. I'm telling you.
You're not.
I'm not. He's got me in a corner in a game, and I'm just. I lost this game about 25 moves ago, and I was like, I'm gonna make you chase me down across the board
And you're like,
and get that
I'm
checkmate.
not resigning.
I am not resigning. Never resign.
Yeah.
Never
That
resign.
person told you always resign.
Yeah. That person in the park who said to always resign if you blunder your queen.
Yeah.
Was
2,400, so
right. Like, yeah, if you blunder your queen and you're a high-ranked player, like, yeah, you can resign because you know the other person's going to figure it out. But I am not playing people who I can guarantee will figure it out, so.
yeah, they might blunder their queen too.
Right. All right, so we're squeezing out all this garlic. I roasted this, and it's cool enough now to touch. Look at what happens when we don't try to rush things, right? Like, usually, if you've been here before, and you've watched me squeeze garlic, roasted garlic, you have seen me really, like, burn the tips of my fingers multiple times. We're not doing that right now. This is great. Also, I didn't.
Good job not burning your food.
I didn't introduce myself when folks came through with John. If you're new here, maybe you came through with the raid, and maybe you are not. Maybe you didn't come through with the raid. Maybe you're just hanging out and lurking, which is great. We love lurkers here. I should introduce myself. I should say also this, that the follows on this channel are silent. So if you follow, there's no alerts in chat. There's no sounds. I won't say hi to you. It's just completely anonymous if you follow. So if you're the type who doesn't want to be perceived, but you do want to hang out and you're enjoying yourself, please feel free to follow. And if you chat, I will say hi to you. Anyway, my name is Lou. It's nice to meet you. This is the part where I leave the camera and wash my hands for a moment. This is a food stream. We also do IRLs out and about in the city of Philadelphia. Probably a 2-to-1 ratio food to IRL when it comes to just like the balance of streams here. So FYI. Generally, we're making vegetable forward family meals for myself, my partner, and our son, who is just off camera here, very, very quietly getting back on his iPad. He's just
Innocently playing.
Like I said, typically vegetable forward family meals. We do some baking. We do some non-kitchen stuff sometimes. Occasionally we'll do meal planning or prep, kitchen organization. A very rare just chatting stream. We've done a few. I would like to do more, and that more stems from that home server computer that I keep talking about. Because having that would mean that I don't need to move this, that, and all the other stuff that goes along with it to a different room. Because moving all this stuff is not difficult, but it is time consuming and annoying. No. But that is the vibe here. Very just conversational. I don't usually have a hard agenda or anything. This is very much a, like, I'm cooking dinner. We're hanging out at the kitchen counter. Say what you need to say. Cooking up a storm. Peanut butter cookies, lime chicken thighs. Chicken thighs are perfect. Mac and cheese, baked beans, and salad. Fudge drawing. Who are you feeding today?
Oh, Dad.
That is quite the spread. I love it. Yes,
You
Cal.
said you didn't like when the box did, when they said, like, I guess I'm not gonna win this one.
Mm-hmm.
They just did it. What about things?
Great. Okay, we're gonna add sunflower seeds. So we're building this pesto now. We are starting with the most dense elements. So the sunflower seeds and the nut flour. Usually I would use whole walnuts or pecans. I would usually roast them. But we're kind of just using things up today. And so we're going to pulse these. Then we're going to add the cheese. So, fun thing about sunflower seeds is that they are very small and don't really grind up all that much. So I think we need to let this run for a moment to get those ground up. Great. Good. Alright, let's see, how'd that go? That looks pretty good now.
What are you doing currently?
I'm making pesto. Pesto. So now we're gonna add the cheese. Little
Using
parm.
cow.
What?
Using cow
carrots.
C-A-R-R-O-T.
No, I'm using carrot tops.
They're part of the cabbage.
In that case, yes. In that case, yes.
Yeah, technically.
Gonna add the cheese, chopping that up. See that? You can hear it. The flat look. I know. I know. Again, when one thing ends, it's like, okay, now we need to recalibrate and find new entertainment. This looks pretty good. I'm not going to add any regular garlic to this. I'm just going to add roasted garlic. Okay, so we have... I'm looking at my notebook here. Like, I keep looking sort of off to the side. I have a list here on my page about what's going into this pesto. I keep looking at it because it's really like hard to read. Beet tops, fennel fronds, carrot tops, scapes, parm, nuts, herbs. Okay, so lemon, garlic, oil, and greens. Lemon, garlic, oil, greens, salt and pepper. Obviously, salt and pepper too. Okay, let's get a little garlic in here. This is that roasted garlic that I just made. That just came out of the oven like about half an hour ago. Looks really nice. I'm going to add a big spoonful of this, and then I'm going to save some of this because I want to use it in the... I want to use it for the garlic cookies that I keep working on. I've got, I think, one more round of testing for those cookies before I feel confident in the recipe. So we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. All right, I've got garlic in there. I've got lemon. Add a little lemon. I'm going to add some of the liquid here first before adding the greens. And then oil is a big part of this, and there's not enough oil in this little container to really do this justice. So let's do two things. One, while it's out, let's fill this back up. Glug, glug, glug. And then we'll just dump a bunch of oil into here, and we'll let that mix for a second, and then we'll add the greens in, and then we'll add more, and then we'll add salt and pepper, and then we'll add more liquids or solids depending on what we need. I will not add any more greens because I'm only gonna add what I've got, but that's okay. Whew. Broccoli, fight that good fight. That is, no one's going to advocate for you in the way that you're going to be able to. So I can appreciate that that's a ton of effort and weight on you. I think you're doing, obviously, the right thing and being responsible.
Obviously, but it's not obvious.
All right, we've got olive oil in here. And good luck with those conversations. Anytime you have to involve like insurance and other people, just terrible. All right, but we basically now have a liquid in here. So now let's add the greens a little bit at a time. We're gonna have like a big one or two big handfuls, chop chop, one or two more big handfuls, chop chop. And eventually it'll all just work its way in. So what we're going to do with this is pack the food processor with a little bit of oil, because we're going to need more, definitely going to need more oil than what's in there. We're going to need more of a lot of things, actually. More of a lot of things, but we'll see. Let's get these down. This is the part where it starts turning green, which is super satisfying. Almost there. All right, you can see that it's starting to get, I don't know if you can tell, but it's a little less liquidy now. It's gotten more of a solid form. So this looks, this was a liquid. It's now relatively, it looks like artichoke dip in the moment. So that's kind of fun. Let's add these beet tops now. And this is all going to end up, I'm going to end up processing this for a little bit more. Once these greens are all in and accounted for, I'll mix it and then we'll do the taste test. I'm not going to add salt and pepper beforehand.
That felt so good.
I'm going to add salt and pepper after all the other ingredients are mixed in. So I have a good like baseline of what the flavor is here.
That puzzle.
All right, we are. Okay. Good. Okay. So this is looking nice. The Phoenix, I do too, actually. I love it. Broccoli, I know. Very much so. And also, he's still supposed to be in school for another hour. So again, my energy today was fully anticipating being alone in the house. And as you can imagine, that has not transpired exactly as I had expected. Right?
Yeah.
Today has not transpired how you would expect either, right? You wanted to go to school. You wanted to do orchestra practice. Yeah. So today is not the day that either of us were really expecting.
Today is not the ideal day.
No. Perhaps you can go read a book for a little while, and then after some more time is over, maybe then you can get back on your iPad. Okay? Remember what we were talking about over the weekend? At 10 a.m. this morning, you knew that you were going to stay home, and that you knew that you were going to be home all day today, right? And I said I wanted you to read for a little bit of that time while you were home. Have you done that yet?
No.
Okay, so it seems like a good time, right? Okay. Yeah, it's 16:40, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What?
What about that?
I'm just checking in on the time. Okay. Pesto's looking good. Pesto's looking good. Now, this is looking creamy and quite nice. You can't really see, maybe you can see. Maybe you can see if I zoom in and then actually move the food processor to where the zooming is happening. But you can see in here, there are still some fennel fronds that are hooked around. Ah! Oh my God. That came up to the edge. That came up to the edge. Woo! Almost. That was almost a complete disaster. I keep the clock in my car on 24-hour clocks, so say it goes way over 12. I have the clocks in. I have all of the ones that can be in the house set to 24-hour time. So we've got, this is like some stringy bits that didn't get mixed in. They're wrapped around the blades down here. So I'm getting a chopstick. Text, welcome in. I'm getting a chopstick, and we're sort of going to go around the edge here and make sure that all of the bits that are not blended get blended. So what I'm trying to do here in this moment is really just blend everything together and get it like nicely done before seasoning. Text says they have a baking question. We love a baking question for everyone. What is your baking question? All right, so this now looks super good. So let's season this. Still have some little teeny strings in here. Okay, we're gonna blend this a little bit more. Okay. That is spicy. That's good. Obviously that needs salt. Just straight up, that needs salt. I'm going to add a little bit more of the garlic, roasted garlic in there. I'm going to add a little bit more lemon, and then we'll mix and adjust. Text says, I'm getting married in August and want to do a dessert table. What types of cookies freeze best? Also, if I make them about a month in advance, will that be too long in the freezer? I do not think that will be too long in the freezer. I think Phoenix, I understand. I think where my head went immediately was what Phoenix is saying of like making the cookie dough, rolling it into balls, or like prepping it up to the point where you put it in the oven and then freezing that so that you can bake it kind of right away. But I do think, like, I understand that, you know, baking it a day or two in advance, you might not have the time for that. You know, the whole wedding thing is kind of a lot. So you may not have the time for that. Sugar cookies would definitely freeze. Shortbread cookies, I think, freeze really well. I would say basically any of those, like any kind of Italian cookie. Like all those little like fancy Italian cookies, like little tiny sugar cookies, those types of things. Those are all definitely good in the freezer. I would probably not freeze anything that had any kind of fruit in it or anything solid. Like a chocolate chip would work. A chocolate chip would definitely work. But I think if you were to try to do something with like a fruit cookie, blueberries, peach, you know, I'm thinking of cookies that I've made for Cookie Club is where my head is going. Like, and I feel like if there's chunks of things in it, you might get, if you bake the cookies ahead of time and then freeze them, it might destroy like the cell structure in them and have it, like they might end up just being soft. Yeah, coated cookies may not freeze well. Because they're going to get, yeah, that's a good point. It's like they're going to get, you have to account for the fact that they're probably going to have a little bit of like freezer, I don't even want to say freezer burn, but like when things come in and out of the freezer, there's moisture involved, always, and that might mess up the coating. Cinderella says, the gochujang caramel cookies, because I'm making them right now. Well, they are good, and I do think that those would probably freeze really well. Yeah, I would avoid, I know what I would avoid. I would avoid things that have chunks of stuff in them because of the rehydration or the thawing process. I feel like it would end up being, it would add a bunch of extra moisture, and you don't really want that. Ooh, biscotti. That's a good one. Biscotti definitely freezes well. Do you even need to freeze biscotti? Don't you just leave it out to harden until it's a brick? Like, that was my... I thought that's what you did with biscotti. Marco, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're enjoying... I hope you're having some decent walking weather. I know I am. Not that the weather being decent or not has ever stopped you in the past, but, you know, it's nice. It's nice when it's nice. Any cookie you can ball up with a stiff dough. Broccoli, I think that's a good suggestion. Like, if you can freeze the dough for it and cook it later, it's likely that you can freeze a cookie too. 120 to 160 cookies. That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. I mean, I was going to say, if you're... Excuse me. I love the idea of letting people take things home and just like maybe having having baggies or something available on the side. Doesn't even need to be fancy. That's a great idea though. Lemon bars and brownies. Totally. The batching and the cutting. That's wise. Yeah, I mean, for me, if you're like because if you're freezing cookies, they're going to take up more room than just the dough. So there's that. I do think that you could probably... The best process, I agree, would be to freeze the dough and then bake them like a day or two ahead of time and then just store them out of the fridge, like on the counter, because then you don't have to worry about the sort of freezing and thawing process. But absent that, I feel like the simpler the better. I would definitely go with some variety of shortbread cookie because those are easy to make, and you can make all the dough at once, and it bakes off really easily, and it definitely freezes. I've frozen those plenty of times. Italian sesame cookies, yeah, Phoenix. Any of those like Italian like cookie tray cookies are perfect. Yeah, and text, feel free to like pop in what you're thinking about in Discord if you want, and you know you can always ask if you know, hey, do you think this one would freeze well? Because it's really, you know, I feel like you can freeze most cookies. Thumbprint cookies and fill them when they're thawed. Interesting. Thumbprint cookies in general freeze well too. Just with the stuff in them. Although thumbprint cookies, you're probably going to want to make... If you're making thumbprint cookies, like, consider more than 2 per person. Let's try this again. We've got our salt, we've got pepper, we have a little bit more garlic, and a little bit more lemon in here. What else? Hold on. Let's scrape this down. Scrape this down. Oh. Try again. Okay. This is quite a bit of pesto. There's a lot of greens, that's why. Okay, but what does that need? That needs something else. It needs a little bit more bulk to it. It's kind of liquidy. I'm gonna add a little bit more of that nut flour in there. I was gonna add some more sunflower, but like if I add more sunflower seeds, they're really not gonna mix. And then this is gonna be like a chunky pesto. But this nut flour is already totally ground. So let's add that. We're just using things up. This is great. I don't even know what this was from. You know what? Speaking of thumbprint cookies, I do know what this is from. This is from making, might be from making thumbprint cookies. It might be from making something else. I think this was from thumbprint cookies like a couple months back. Still looks the same. Mystery sack. I know. This is either pecans or walnuts. I'm not really sure which one. It's one of them. They're both the same color, so who cares? It really doesn't matter because either one of those is fine. So it only matters if I'm giving it to someone who has an allergy, which I am not. I am giving this to a friend of mine, and I actually just realized, just in this moment that I'm speaking, that I told this friend if they helped me with something recently that I would make them some fresh pesto. And this was totally not for that reason, but it's really nice when a plan comes together, doesn't it? The thing that they helped me with, by the way, oh, and congrats, right, Tornarella, thank you. I got caught up in the cookie question and forgot what the cookies are for. Congrats on the upcoming wedding. I hope you're excited and not, I hope it is a stress, I hope the experience is as stress-free as it can be for you. Because those types of events can be extremely stressful. So I hope like the stress register doesn't keep rising. I hope it just stays at a good baseline. That's what happens when you talk about cookies. I know, I just get excited. I'm like, oh my God, a cookie question. But yeah, congratulations. All right, final test. Oh yeah. That's good. This needs... I love a lot of lemon in my pesto. This is very good. The garlic scapes in here are notable. Notable. Broccoli, enjoy your lurk. Yep, that's good. Okay. Beautiful. So, my friend the other day, I texted her. To be fair, I texted her husband and her at the same time. I didn't need him on that chain. I texted him out of respect, sort of. But I needed help moving my exercise bike. This is very heavy, and I was moving it from the basement up a bunch of steps. I couldn't do it alone, and Gwen is not capable of that. So I needed assistance. And I was like, who can I call? Who can I reach out to who wouldn't mind helping and may even enjoy it? And so I landed on a friend of mine who goes to the CrossFit gym in the neighborhood. And I was like, I texted her and her husband because they both go. She goes a lot more than he does, and is much more into it. So I was really asking her for help, to be fair. And I was like, hey, this is a little bit weird and embarrassing, but you guys both go to the gym. Can you all help me move an exercise bike? I'll give you some fresh pesto, or like, I'll make you like a homemade soup, or like I'll make you some food. Basically, I'll like give you some freezer stock for something. So Friday of last, she came over. We carried the bike all the way up the steps. And I was like, at least, she was like, that was a lot of work. And if you need to move it again, here's some other folks you might consider calling. And I was like, thanks. But I was like, at least you got a good story out of it, right? Like, at least you got like, hey, my non-gym going friend texted me to like for my abilities, which I thought was pretty funny. Anyway, all that is to say, I offered her some fresh pesto in repayment, and like, ta-da! Here we are. So, pesto is finished. Let's get this into a container. How do I get this off of here? There we go. Let's get this into a container or a few containers. How do I want to do this? I want to freeze this. Yeah, I want to freeze a bunch of this. Beep Boop Beth, welcome in. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I'm going to freeze a bunch of this, and I think, yes. Perfect. Ice cube trays are where it's at for pesto. These trays have one use. They get used to freeze pesto. I do not use them for ice. These are the pesto trays. But I freeze the pesto in these nice little pieces, and then, you know, you toss one into whatever it is you're making that could use some pesto in it. And they also thaw quicker when you put them in these trays, so it makes it nicer to actually, it makes it nicer because they thaw easily. So we're going to add these into the tray. And then whatever can't fit in this tray, whatever can't fit in these trays, basically these trays I'm going to give to my friend in payment for services rendered. And then whatever else is left, I will put in a large container and put that in the fridge. And then when these are thawed, I'll put those into here too. Ultimately, I want all of that, all of them, all of the pesto in this cube format. I may leave a little bit of it in a small container just to use in the next like week or so, because it goes well in the fridge. It is the benefit of having a fridge with an ice machine built in. Totally agree. Totally agree. I have trays. It's funny. I have two different types of ice trays in the house. One of them are these, which is basically gets used for pesto. The other trays are in my camping gear, and they get used when I go to a cabin, because there is really nothing there's nothing quite like a cabin when you go in and you're like looking at the stuff, you're looking at like, you know, all the stuff that's there, and you open the freezer and there's these ice cube trays that had the most ancient ice cubes you've ever seen in them. It's like that tray has been full of these exact ice cubes for like 6 months, and they're like 3/4 of the way down, and you're just like, these are sus. So that's one of those like weird quirks. I bring my own ice trays when I go to a cabin. Also because sometimes there aren't ice trays. So it's definitely one of those things where you bring it just to have some ice. And usually I don't end up using them. Usually I just buy a bag of ice at like a gas station and use that. But sometimes that doesn't happen. So they're in the kit. Whether they get used or not is TBD. But usually not. But they are there. be prepared. So I'm adding the pesto to these trays. I'm using the flat side of my spatula to scrape it across and around and through and fill up these little crevices. And then we're going to pop these in the freezer in a moment. So once we finish with this pesto, we are going to take a quick break. During that break, I'm going to do the dishes because they are ready to do. They've been soaking. Does anybody soak their dishes? Anybody have someone else who lives in the house who likes to soak the dishes? Like, oh, I'm not going to do the dishes tonight. I'm just going to let them soak. Like, no, just say that you're not going to do them. It's okay. They don't need to soak. Maybe that pot that you cooked something in and burned the shit out of, maybe that one needs to soak. But like, the other stuff definitely doesn't need to soak. Gwen is always like, because she'll do that. She'll be like, I don't want to do the dishes tonight. I'm just going to let them soak overnight. And then I just do them. And it always feels very like passive aggressive to do them. But I hate coming downstairs. I hate coming downstairs in the morning and having dirty dishes in the sink. I can't. It's so defeating. It's so defeating. I do actual soaking, right? I will soak a pot if it needs it. I'm not above that. Sometimes I soak the sheet pans if I didn't use a liner on them because they were like burnt on. Stuff is like burnt on. But overall, I won't let anything like normal dishes that don't have like burnt on stuff never soak. Never. Sheena says, I don't want to cook again if the dishes aren't cleaned up. Put it down. I know that's right. I want the dishes to be done. At the end of the day, I want the kitchen to be ready to go in the morning. Like, I don't want to get up in the morning and be like, who fucking closed last night? Like, this place is a pit. Just can't do it. Because it's usually me. I don't know. I'm not always the one that does the dishes, but I'm usually the one that comes down first. One of my cats loves water from anywhere except his bowl. He'll drink the dirty dishwater. Text, that is horrific. The pan after cooking scrambled eggs. Yeah, totally. Who closed? I know. It's not even a restaurant, but it's like, who was here last night? And you're like, oh, it's me. Baked pasta, casserole dishes. Yeah. I mean, anything that like has a baked on thing. Especially if it's got like baked on around the rim. Yeah, it's totally like that. Then you soak it. But I'm talking about taking the dish pan with like the Tupperware and the plastic stuff and like the spatulas in it and saying, oh, needs to soak. Like, no, it doesn't. Say a prayer to the flower gods. Oh wait, there you go. Can't leave toilets up and seats up in our house or I'll drink from them. I imagine there's several good stories that have come out of this scenario. There has to be. All right, we're adding the ice cube trays to the freezer, and now I'm going to put the rest of this pesto in. Which size container do we expect this will fit into? I think it'll all fit into here. Liz says, now I want an Uncrustable. Here you go. You can have that one. That was a little bit of stream magic. I'm gonna take that and put it back in the freezer. It smells like burnt flour. Flour on the bottom of the oven. Oh god, yeah, and that's where like you just gotta let it go. It's like it's going. It's just going. Uncrustables are great. I have nothing against Uncrustables. I think they're super convenient. The only thing I don't like about Uncrustables is the amount of like sugar that's in them because they are like a whole. Because it's just like regular jelly, regular peanut butter, all sugar added. So I love, if we are camping, I love the Uncrustable maker that I have that is in the other drawer because I moved it because I don't use it all the time. I do like, you can make them yourself, and that's actually quite nice. Teensy tiny bit frozen, Liz says. That is, you know, that's what all the kids say. All of Calvin's friends are like, they gotta be a little frozen, they gotta be a little frozen. Slather both sides in butter and cook like a grilled cheese sandwich, curl adult. Holy shit. That is like pro move right there. About Uncrustables being a little bit better when they're frozen. Well, you've said that to me too before, Calvin, that the Uncrustables are better when they're like out of the freezer but still not completely thawed. Talking about Uncrustables, Uncommon, welcome in. Reduced sugar version. I didn't know they had those. I've never seen a reduced sugar version. I also haven't looked. So, to be fair, that's not on. That is, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying that I've never looked for them. Okay. A real Uncrustable would, in fact, kill me. That's correct. It does have peanut butter in it. It does. It does. Pudgy pies. I made mountain pies on the last camping trip that Calvin and I went on. And I've actually got the process down for making them now to the point where I feel comfortable making them. I actually feel like I can make one and have it come out nicely. It only took me a few years to to feel comfortable with the process. Okay, so we are relatively we're finished with a couple things. Let's see. We have made the pesto. We've roasted the garlic. We've made coffee at the beginning of the stream. We have the simple syrup. It's right here in a pot on the stove. It's going to get filtered while the beets are roasting. Beets and carrots are the next thing to go. We're going to start on dinner in just a few moments. When we come back, we're going to take a real quick break for words on stream. If you're new to stream, we do a game of words on stream, usually 2 every hour, while we run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. If you're not interested in ads and you want to hear what I'm saying during the ad break, because I do say things, you can go subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. We are live on YouTube as well, and there's no ads on YouTube, so profit. When we come back from that, we're going to start dinner. So we're gonna roast the beets. We're gonna cut the carrots and cut the carrots, cut the beets, roast the carrots, roast the beets, and then I'm going to process the simple syrup. I'm looking at my notes now, and I wanted to put mint in the simple syrup, and I didn't, and that sucks, and that's okay. I'm gonna process that. Once the carrots and beets are roasted, we're going to get them out of the oven. We're going to let them cool. We're going to make some toasted baguette rounds. I'm going to get some goat cheese and mix that with dill and honey. We're going to mix that on, or spread that on the toasted baguette. And then we're going to put a little bit of beet and carrot on the top of each of those. With, again, a little bit of like chive or green onion on top of them. And that's going to be dinner. Pretty straightforward tonight. Carl says, do you know there's mini pies that Walmart sells? If you have the thing to make pudgy pies, you can toss one of those pies in there and make yourself a hot, personal-sized pie to eat by the campfire. I love that. The pie irons are what I've been using. Mountain pies, yeah, and those are basically the same thing. I make them in like a cast iron thing, a cast iron roaster. All right, here comes a quick game of words on stream. 3, 2, 1. here comes an ad on the Twitch platform. Again, you can subscribe on YouTube if you don't want to hear that. I'm going to start an ad. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1, 0. KBRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, I am going to do these dishes. Let's do these dishes here. Of course, now there's more dishes to be processed in this side of the sink. Obviously. Obviously. Can anyone else not say the word obviously without hearing Nate say it? I can't. Obviously. Man. He canceled. Alrighty. Obviously. Trying to get through the dishes here. See if we can do it. Maybe. Jamie, welcome. Jamie, good to see you. Yeah, broccoli. It's an interesting scenario. I have a family member who is disabled, and their partner always talks about how when they go to the doctor, wait, hold on. Oh, weird. Chrome froze on me. There it goes. Continue. They always talk about when they go to the doctor like asks her to comment and to like do things, and this person is like physically disabled but not mentally, and she's always like, okay, well, why don't you talk to them? Like, why don't you talk to me? It's definitely like, as soon as you just, if somebody's showing any signs of any type of infirmity, it's like they can't be responsible somehow. I understand your frustration. All right, we're getting through these dishes here. Through some of them. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you hanging out. No one likes the ads. I don't like them. Twitch likes them. Actually, I'm pretty sure Twitch is indifferent to the ads. I don't think they like them per se. I think that it's just making them money, so they're happy with them. Anyway, I am finishing, sort of, some of the dishes in the sink while we're finishing this round of words on stream. I don't think I'm going to finish all these dishes in the time left in this game, but that's okay. We're going to get most of them. Actually, yeah. No, I'm not going to finish them, but we're going to get most of them. And then we're going to let the other ones soak. And I'm not kidding about that. I'm putting water in there. All right. D. Very good. All right. Thank you for your patience. If you were in an ad, I know no one likes them. Feel free to subscribe. Or do Twitch Turbo, which is also Twitch Turbo is the cost of a single tier 2 subscription, and it lets you go ad-free across the platform. So, consider it. Okay. Don't throw the towel in the trash can. That's not where it goes when you're done. But what are we doing next? Beets. Carrots. Roasting. All right. Get my cutting board back out here. And I'm gonna keep using the same cutting board because it's fine and I don't need the big one today. I could have used the big one today. Broccoli, keep up the vigilance too. You're doing good. You're doing good. Really. All right, I'm gonna peel these. I don't usually peel beets when I cook them. I usually put them in parchment paper and then foil and roast them whole and then peel them afterward. But this particular dish, it's better if you peel them. You peel them, you cut them into like little squares, and then you roast them, and when you roast them, they get caramelized and a little burnt on the outside, which makes them really tasty and kind of amazing. I just went through a journey all in my head in the span of about 2 seconds. Usually around this time of day, I ask myself what is on TV tonight, or what shows get released on like Tuesday night. Like basically, what am I watching tonight? Am I watching something tonight? And I just had the like, oh, Tuesday night, it's Handmaid's Tale night, and I'm like, oh wait, that ended last week, and then I got real sad. Because there's nothing on Tuesday night now. Nothing anymore. The series finale of Handmaid's Tale, in fact, was on last week. I don't know if anybody else is or was still watching that. Anyway, it was good. And now there's nothing else on tonight. Something anyway. That's how it works. That's how it works. Okay. Did you do any reading? You did? Yeah. What kind of reading did you do?
The book.
You were reading the book that we've been reading?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay.
For about 35 or 40 minutes. The other minutes I left in the bathroom.
Okay. So what is the statement that you're making mean for you?
I've been upstairs for a while.
Okay.
And I'm doing some more makeup.
Yes.
Hello.
Gwen, hello.
Oh, hello.
Gwen asks, what's for dinner?
What is for
Dinner tonight is toasts, roasted beet and cheese toasts. So I'm making baguette rounds.
Oh, I did.
And I'm toasting those with olive oil. I'm gonna put goat cheese with dill and honey. I'm gonna whip all that together and spread that on the toast. And then on top of that, I'm putting roasted beets and carrots. We've had it before. Everybody in the house liked it. So we're trying it again.
Even Daisy?
Daisy just liked the carrot part of it. Daisy was not otherwise interested in any of the
Has
rest
she
of
had
it.
any carrot yet?
She has not had carrots yet. She might come around. I can see her from where I am. So She seems very happy right now.
Seems tired.
She does seem tired. She seems content. But once I start chopping, once the sound comes through,
Once
she will be here. She will be up.
Once she realizes what's for dinner.
Yes. Yeah, once she realizes there's one of her favorites is available for begging, she will beg. She'll be into it. Okay. Let's get these
Oh, by the way, Dad.
Lights off.
Background.
Okay.
Background is this now.
Is that you at Grandpa's house?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
You can see
That's
that it's
cute.
morning because
Will there be a lot of them? Yes, there will be a lot of them.
You see that it's morning because I have the bed head.
I do see that, yes. You have bedhead in that photo. It is true. Yeah, there's going to be quite a few, Gwen. I wouldn't worry about there not being enough. Yeah. Yeah, Daisy's her eyes have opened on the couch. She hears chopping. Liz asks, "How are the kittens doing?" Can we share, Gwen? Is it done? Is it done? I don't know if Gwen's in a position to type and respond or not. So yeah, we can share. Liz, yes, they are. We had a family discussion about what everybody would need to feel comfortable with adopting 3 new cats, specifically me, what I would need to feel comfortable. Because I think I'm the one with the most, like, I don't want to say hesitation or reservations, but the most pragmatic response. My response is not necessarily rooted in pure unbridled enthusiasm. My response is rooted in, like, looking into the future. Me and Calvin were good to go. Yeah, exactly. And I just needed to make sure that, you know, like I said, it's new and everybody needs to feel comfortable because we all are going to live together. So that is true. But yes, thank you for the congrats. They are so not only did they get formally adoption paperwork filled out today, but they also got neutered. So congrats. So it's yeah, they also got neutered today. Broccoli says Daisy reminds me a bit of our Josie. Aww. Polite for a beggar who wants a scrap or two to supplement regular meals. Yeah, Daisy's polite-ish. She also, when she gets overly excited, she like can't calm down and she starts jumping. And she's big, so it's not a good. It's not a good look. Liz says I can't imagine caring for them and having to give them away. Yeah, and I mean, you know, fostering is a specific discipline. I think what will happen is the next time if Gwen decides to foster some cats, then we're really going to see if it's possible or not. Or if we end up with like 17 of these things. They're not all male, Jamie. 2 of them are male. Ash and Obi are male. Elsie is female. Liz, yeah, Elsie, Obi, and Ash. I love that you wrote them that way. This is the formal nomenclature. Broccoli says 1 big dog. That is exactly where we're at now. 1 big dog and cats. Oh, they got microchipped. Good. Oh God, we do need emotes for them. That's true. That's something that's actually something I can do relatively easily. The Daisy emote that we have on the channel, I made myself, so I'm pretty sure I could make cat ones too. Liz, did you just put that in Discord? Just out of curiosity? My phone blinked and it said Discord message. I did. Okay. I saw my phone light up, but I didn't see what it was, but I was like, that's got to be a Discord note. That's really funny. And also thank you, because not that I would forget, but I wouldn't, like, it would be something that sort of didn't occur until later. Elsie has my heart. They're all very fascinating and unique personalities, which I kind of love. They've been getting a lot closer to Daisy. I didn't rinse these carrots at all. Let me do that, because this one has actual dirt on it. Damn it. Jamie, I don't. It was a weight thing. It was like, as long as they're a certain weight, I believe. It is funny, Liz. Gwen's been like coming upstairs when we like hang out after Calvin goes to bed, and like bringing all 3 cats up and just like having them on the couch, and they literally just sit on her and fall asleep. They're definitely her cats. But that's fine. This time we got them younger and got them spayed and neutered at a reasonable time. So I think this time's the charm. We'll see. We'll see. The last male cat that we had did not get neutered until much later, and so he sort of developed into a much more masculine energy animal, which is like not the vibe that I'm looking to live with. So here's hoping that these little ones turn into not that. I don't think they will, though. Broccoli, they all have little personalities. It's a cat joke. They're all very unique, and that was my point when Gwen and I have been talking about sort of like what I would want to feel comfortable with, getting another animal while we still have Daisy. And part of it to me was like, they have to be pretty docile. Like, if they're attacking her all the time, we can't, like, that's not good. Like, we can't live with that. And with cats, you really never know, because their personalities are they're not locked in when they're born, but they're a little less malleable than dogs are. The spraying around the house. Now, he didn't do that. He was just very defensive and aggressive toward people, towards other animals. He was very territorial, and he was extremely protective of Gwen, like, as a human. So it was cute, and it was also like, okay, this is a lot. But again, just you live, you learn. He's a good cat. He's very loving to Gwen, and that's kind of how it goes. She's definitely the cat person in the house, and I am supportive. Y'all are outnumbered. I know. We're definitely outnumbered. That is very true. Do y'all want to give Daisy a carrot? So, Fluff, I hope things are going well. I know you can't hear, but this one's for you. Oh, look who's here! Look who's here! Daisy's here! What a surprise! What a surprise! What a surprise! What a good girl! What a good girl! Here she goes. Here she goes. She's ramping up. I'm gonna cut you a couple pieces of carrot, my little lady. Here we go. You ready? All right. Let's try. Let's try a sit. Good. Easy. That's a good sit. Wow, that one went in quick. Okay, let's try. What do we want to see? Let's try shake. Good. Let's try shake. Good girl. And a lie down too. Lie down. Very good. Easy. I wish I got as excited about eating carrots. I know, right? She is. Oh God, look at her. Look at that. What is on the camera? There's. Oh, that's a spot on the camera. Hold on. Watch your eyes. Oh God, the camera has all sorts of spots on it. Wow, that's so much better. So much better. I know. I'm like, I looked up at the screen. I'm like, why does it look like she's in like chiaroscuro? Like she's all. It looks like a potato phone, and it was. Okay, can we try something? Good girl. You're gonna lie down. You're doing good. Wait. Wait. Wow, did y'all see that? Wait, one more. Wait. Wait. Brilliant. Good job, Days. Easy. No. You were lying down. Lie down. Stay lying down. Easy. Good girl. Good girl. What a amazing weight that was. What a great weight. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try that one more time. Try one more weight. You did so good. That was wonderful. You're so good, girl. What a good dog. Okay. Can we try one more? Look. Stop. Last one. Last one. Wait. No, hold on. Wait. I'm trying to put it on your nose. Ah! No, wait. Okay, good enough. Easy. Good girl. Look at her go. What a wild weight. She did so good. Oh, I know. Shayna, Daisy does not, she doesn't want to wait, but she will. She will, because she also wants carrots. Yeah, Liz, that first weight was the best one she's ever done. I don't know if you caught it. I don't know if you caught it, but she let me put the carrot on her nose. Like, she let me put it, she literally let me put it on her nose to wait. Like, that was impressive. She's never let me put something for that long on her face like that. So that was a huge win. And she did not go after it. You're right. I think she probably knew that it was futile. She knew. I think she's experienced enough with me giving her treats to know that if she lunges after that, I'm gonna not let her get there. I know. What a good job. That was quite impressive. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very, very, very impressed. And now she's chilling. We're done. Got nothing for you. We're done. Gonna show her the hands. And she's gone. And she will not return. She was on the couch completely asleep, and I said her name and then the magic word, and she came up immediately, and she will probably be right back on the couch any moment now. Okay, I finished cutting up the carrots and the beets. So they're in the same bowl. We're going to season these with a little bit of olive oil and salt and pepper. Nothing complicated. I'm going to pop these onto a sheet pan into the oven, probably 20 minutes, maybe, something like that. And these will be ready. What I'm doing with these today, I'm roasting them a little differently. I'm roasting them a little differently than usual. Like I said, I usually roast beets with the intention of doing them whole. See, she's just back around. She's wandering. She's wandering. Whether she wanders, who knows? But I think she's officially tapping out at the moment. I usually put beets in, like I said, a parchment paper with oil and salt and pepper, roast them with the skin on, and then take them out of there. But I want them to be a little bit, not charred. I want the outside to be caramelized. And so we're going to put these on the sheet pan to do that. I'm going to put these directly on the sheet pan too. I'm not going to do parchment or the silicone mat because I want them directly on the pan. This is a situation where I will probably let that sheet pan soak after finishing up because it will have a lot of burnt stuff on it. Now, let's give these a shake. These are pretty well coated. I'm gonna add a little bit of lemon juice to this. Another soaking apologist. Yeah, I mean this particular one, you know, when you bake a bunch of stuff right on the sheet pan, especially if you don't use a liner, it always gets, you know, a little charred. You need to give it like 20 minutes or so though. You do need to give it like a little bit to soak. I was going off on the overnight soak, but the quick, like, you know, between cleaning up from dinner or between eating and between finishing the meal and cleaning up when you're eating and sort of all of that, that's when you let stuff soak. Plastic scraper, Shayna, exactly. You know what I love? This thing. I have a plastic scraper, but this is the like Dutch oven cast iron scrubber, and this works really well on sheet pans too. I also love a plastic scraper. I love a plastic scraper on cast iron too. All right, so we're gonna drop these onto the pan. Let's spread them out into a single layer. A single easy layer. And then pop those in the oven. And we'll set a timer. We'll set a timer for 20 minutes. All right, 20-minute timer is going. I need to cut up a few more things for this. I want to cut up some herbs and dill and chives. So let me do that now while I have the cutting board out, and then we will filter this simple syrup, which is cool enough that I can touch it now. So that's a good thing. What did I say? Chives and dill. Easy enough. All right, some of these, just a couple. That's good. I want some more of these for later in the week. I'm making hummingbird food. I'm making a vegetable forward family meal. is what I'm making. It's just like, it's something I've made for dinner before. It has all the things. It has cheese, it has bread, it has vegetables. Does not have meat. I'm gonna move the dill. Move the dill to the side. And more things. Simple syrup. Why is it brown? It has rhubarb in it. So it is a rhubarb simple syrup, and it's kind of it's red-ish. It's definitely brown. Brown is the color I would use, but if you kind of stare at it a little bit, you can convince yourself that it's also red. Or red adjacent. Bellyflops, thank you for posting the muffins. The sour, I saw you mention the sour cream earlier, and I don't think I addressed it or like commented on it, but I do think that was that's a wise idea for the moisture. Love being able to keep moisture in. I also always love using applesauce instead of like oil, if you can. That is a lovely substitution. Not that the sour cream is a substitution, but if we're talking about keeping things moist, the applesauce certainly contributes. Compound syrup, yeah, it's a little more than simple. Is that the technical name for it? I always just call things simple syrup if it's water, sugar, and then like something else. Because ultimately, I'm straining all of the rhubarb out, not keeping it. So I don't, you're not going to see it in the thing. It's just going to be a taste. It's just present in the taste. It's funny. I was talking a few moments ago about what I was like, our family conversation around keeping the cats. One of the things that I said is a stipulation for me is that they cannot be in the kitchen while I am cooking, because our previous cats did not come into the kitchen ever. They were like just upstairs cats. These cats are going to be all around the house cats, as opposed to like just one floor of the house. And so funny, I'm thinking about it now. I'm like, yeah, we may see them on stream, but I'm not gonna like, they're not gonna like surprise come up onto the counter. It's gonna be very intentional. Mainly because I don't want cat fur in all of my food, or cookies, or anything that I'm cooking. So there's that. I might eat all of them when I make them. Now these are only a seasonal thing. So like, is this a hey, I make these like three times a year and that's it situation? Rhubarb season is very narrow. It's like asparagus season. It's just like, hey, we're here. Also, we're gone. It's kind of sad, honestly. I don't think you can freeze rhubarb for storage. I feel like its cell structure would not let you thaw it, unless I guess you were using it in, if you're using it as like a completely chopped up ingredient in like a muffin or something, I guess then it would probably be okay if you were freezing it. So the dill that I'm chopping up here, I want to chop up pretty fine because I'm using it to mix in with cheese. This is just going to be part of the spread. Dill, goat cheese, and honey. Dill, goat cheese, and honey. All right. Since rhubarb is a stem, the season in the garden is much longer. Okay. Understood. I'm not familiar. I only see it like at the farmer's market. You know, I don't have a like. It's much like the strawberries. Like last week might have. No, this coming week is like the last week for strawberries at the farmer's market. So consequently, I ordered approximately 1 billion of them. What? Yeah, I said I don't want cats running around on the counter while I'm cooking. Like, I genuinely don't. I do mean that. You can bring them over and say hi, though, but I don't want them, like, walking around as I'm making food on this surface. They are in the backpack. They're sort of coming out of the, I don't know. Gwen's right here. Gwen's literally right here. So, here, hold on. Yes, this is the cat backpack. This is Ash.
Look at their little shaved belly.
Aw, you got
Why
your.
did he do that? They took his ball. Oh, his balls are gone.
Oh,
Oh, your little balls. His balls are gone. What?
no.
That's what was supposed to happen. What? Did I miss something?
The sad trombone sound didn't play. There. Oh, God, the sounds are just being wonky today. Sad trombone.
They're very hungry.
Yeah, you gonna feed them?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you turn around and let their little faces look out? Hi, Obi.
Another ballless cat.
Hi, Obi. Hi, Elsie.
Take her out.
Mm,
Or I'll put.
No, I'm just trying not to stress them.
They're fine. Gimme. You want their mom.
Okay, come on. How'd you do? Oh, she's got the big surgery scar too. Everybody's got a little surgery scar. No, Elsie never had balls.
No, she never had balls.
No.
Still doesn't. They put the balls on Elsie. What?
She's got 4. What? Just kidding. Okay, are we feeding?
Yeah, they're hungry.
Very hungry. Okay.
Mm.
Oh, I got a purr.
Aww.
Oh, she's purring. Meanwhile, Daisy's right here. Speaking of. Oh my God, she's literally just like melting into my hands. She stayed laying down. Yeah. You got those two?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me wash my hands real quick. So the cats are back. They look a little lethargic. They definitely look very lethargic. I just put Elsie in that backpack and she was like, well, I'm gonna stay laying down here. They're probably, yeah, Shayna, they probably are still a little bit sedated. I don't know to what level they did any of that. But yeah, I feel like we'll now that the cats are like here for you know, for good, we'll certainly have more of them. And I'll work on some emotes because I do think they will that'll make for an easy emote. All right. Pause. Recap. Beets and carrots are in the oven. They're roasting. They sound great. They're already bubbling. I have a baguette. I need to cut this up. I'm going to oil that and roast that. We have goat cheese that we're going to whip with the honey and dill. And what else should I put in there? Honey, dill, anything really that's going to like stand out here? Not really. I think that's fine. I think that's probably need to overcomplicate it. I think we're good. Like cats and dogs with spots. I don't think I have a preference. I don't think I have a like. I like this one type of animal or like this one versus the other. I've had a black and white cat when I was a child. I've lived with like all black cats, and now, now we have, obviously, we used to have a gray cat. Our older, the cats that we had before, one was gray and white, and the other one was like mostly gray and a little bit white. ETA is, I don't know, maybe an hour. A little less than an hour. We have a cookie club where we're going to finish cooking dinner. We're going to do this rhubarb syrup. We have a cookie club drawing to do at the end. So, yeah, probably about an hour. I'm planning on ending at 19:30. Crawdog has redeemed a food lover's companion definition for the word rhubarb. Military time. It is. Well, 24-hour time. Easy. Easy to remember if you change the way that you think and you change all of your clocks, eventually your brain will just get it. Is rhubarb in here as a thing? R-H, rhubarb. I love the pronunciation. Oh my God. I love the pronunciation guide in here. This is a long one. I don't know if you can see if we can see that, but right above my finger, right there, rhubarb. That's a good one. R-O-O. After 1, just add 12. Yup. I don't even do that, Bella. So, like, now, to me, I kind of have to think backwards from it. Like, I know that 19 is 7. I don't need to consider it. But my brain goes to 19 first. And then I'm like, wait, that's 7. Yeah. 2 p.m. and I was like 1400. Got it. Yeah, same text. I would definitely say I would feel similar. Calvin, you have to wait till I'm not in the middle of a sentence for me to be able to hear you. She did, yes. Rhubarb. The thick, celery-like stalks of this buckwheat family member can reach up to 2 feet long. They're the only edible portion of the plant. The leaves contain oxalic acid and can therefore be toxic. Though rhubarb is generally eaten as a fruit, it's botanically a vegetable. There are many varieties of this extremely tart food, most of which fall into 2 basic types, hothouse and field-grown. Hothouse rhubarb is distinguished by its pink to pale red stalks and yellow-green leaves, whereas field-grown plants, which are more pronounced in flavor, have cherry red stalks and green leaves. Hothouse rhubarb is available from around December to March, while the field-grown plant can usually be found from March to October, with a peak from April to June. So we're in peak rhubarb season right now. Choose crisp stalks that are brightly hued. The leaves should be fresh-looking and blemish-free. Highly perishable, fresh rhubarb should be refrigerated, tightly wrapped in a plastic bag for up to 3 days. Wash and remove leaves just before using. Because of its intense tartness, rhubarb is usually combined with a considerable amount of sugar. It makes delicious sauces jams, and desserts, and in some regions is also known as pie plant because of its popularity for that purpose. In America, a traditional flavor combination is rhubarb and strawberries. In Britain, rhubarb and ginger. Rhubarb contains a fair amount of vitamin A. Rhubarb and ginger. Can you imagine? That is like tart and spicy. Oh my god. Scooby-Doo curled up. That's kind of funny. I don't get the reference on that one, but I appreciate that you know exactly where that comes from. A diva and a half, fellas. Chihuahuas are divas, generally speaking, all by themselves. Tomatoes and rhubarb are basically opposites, Twinderella says. Yeah, it seems like it. It seems that, you know, tomato is treated as a vegetable, but is actually a fruit. Rhubarb is treated as a fruit, but is actually a vegetable. Kind of wild. Speaking of rhubarb, let's drain the simple syrup. Now, how many cups did I put into that? I put 3 cups of water into there. So that should all fit in 1 quart container. A quart being 4 cups. Now, that doesn't mean that it all actually will, because it may not. Who knows? Here we go. Hold on. We got a new ladle. Let's maybe use the new ladle, and we'll get the stuff out of this pot with the new ladle. Rhubarb, strawberry, and ginger. I mean, I like rhubarb simple syrup in ginger ale. This cucumber and strawberry are good too. Tomorrow for dinner. Tomorrow's stream is gonna be I would say like a throwback kind of stream where we're just doing like 5:30 p.m. to 5 to 7 p.m. or actually no, I think I scheduled it for 4:30, but we're gonna do basically just a dinner time stream. So we used to do a we used to mainly do those, and now I've kind of gotten a little bit longer. So Jamie, it says the rhubarb is generally eaten as a fruit. It's botanically a vegetable. So science says it's a vegetable. Cucumber is technically a fruit. Yeah, see, this is sort of like that whole statement about knowing that tomato is a fruit is great, but knowing that tomato doesn't go in fruit salad is better. Cucumber is technically a botanical fruit. It has seeds on the inside. I would love to try tomato ice cream, Velos. I would absolutely try that. It sounds great. I would definitely try that. It's funny because the color of this, once it's been drained, is quite different from what it looks like in the pot. It's like a pinkish, definitely a pinkish color. And I think we're going to end up getting we might end up getting a little more than 4 cups out of this situation, because there's all of the liquid that came out of the rhubarb too. Cucumber is definitely better in a fruit salad. Although I would eat tomato ice cream. It does sound good. All right, what's that timer for? That timer is for the beets and carrots in the oven. So we're going to finish draining this and we're going to check that. I love a cucumber and tomato salad. That's like that plus a little olive oil, maybe some dill, mint, and salt and pepper. Maybe just a little bit of feta cheese is perfect. I bought cucumbers at the farmer's market this week with the 100% intention of just slicing them. I don't know if y'all have seen the meme format, or not the meme, but like the like food talk of the folks slicing cucumbers into like a quart container like this and tossing them with like a bunch of other stuff. But I love doing that. And it's that's why I bought them. I bought them because I have some chili oil that I got also a little bit recently. And I was like, you know, cucumber with a little chili oil would be amazing. It's a good late night snack. I'm trying to eat more like vegetables and fruits as I snack at night, as opposed to a bunch of nonsense. Wow. Yeah, 3 cups of liquid is just about 4 cups of final product here. That's cool. Now let's also dump the slurry out of here into the compost. Beautiful. Now this is quite pretty. I'm going to put the lid on it before I hold it up over my laptop. I'm learning. Rinse my hands off as well. Cucumber and sugar. Interesting. Watermelon. That's funny. Yeah, Jamie, that's kind of... I saw it once and I was like, that looks great. And I've made it a couple times. Like I've made that... I've put the cucumber in that format before. I just put it on the mandolin, slice it up, put a bunch of stuff in it, shake it up and eat it. It's great. Crimson Man and Beets, try cucumber on pizza. I believe you. Now, question logistically, welcome in. Logistical question, do you put the cucumber on what format? So, do you put it on before you cook it? Is it like thick rounds? Do you salt it? Is that something where you like slice it really thin and then you put it on at the end? Yeah, exactly, Trindell. Like, when does the cucumber go on? Because I'm imagining, like, zucchini you would put on at the beginning and it would roast. But cucumber, I mean, I could imagine that you put it on at like a white pizza at the end and then it would be pretty good. This is the simple syrup. It's a little bit pinker than I think it appears in the camera. It looks pretty good. Let's try a little sip of it. Try a little bit of it here. Oh shit. Amazing. Oh, so good. Odie, proof of life. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. I'm sure you're busy. I'm sure springtime is taking its toll. I hope you're good. I hope your workouts have been available, or that some type of physical activity has been good for you. I hope traveling hasn't been too much of a pain in the ass. I hope you're doing well. And it is good to see you. But as always, there is no attendance policy. You can come, you can go. We're happy to see you when you're here. And I appreciate you. I'm going to make myself a little bit of a beverage here. I'm also going to wipe the counter. The counter has progressed to a level of sticky that I'm not. comfortable with. Workouts are non-existent. Mm-hmm. Mountain biking, cool. That sounds like a lot of fun. Hope you're wearing your helmet. I had to say it, sorry. It's nice. It is nice to switch things up. If it's not like a regular thing. One of my friends invited me to mountain bike recently. He invited me to go mountain biking, and then we're also going to go to the gun range at some point in the next couple weeks. That was my contribution. That was my request. More on that story in a little bit. Broccoli, I'm going to put this in a bit of a... I'm going to put this in... What am I going to put this in? Do I have... I hope I have a hop water in here that is a plain hop water. I think I do. Yes. Okay. This is like my favorite. My favorite concoction is the rhubarb simple syrup added to this like regular hop water. Fuzzy hops, sparkling water with hops in it. It's like one of the NA beverage crazes as of late. And I need to check the stuff in the oven, because if it's burnt, it'll be bad. Always wear a helmet. Good. Crimson Mana says, of the cucumber on pizza, I add them on top of a pepperoni pizza in slices. I like how crunchy and fresh it feels. Might add some cheddar on top to it at times. I can see that. I mean, I could definitely see that. I feel like cucumber is a really relatively neutral flavor. So I feel like what you're getting the most of out of that is texture. I feel like if you're having a pizza with a bunch of other stuff on it, that all that other stuff could be relatively overwhelming to like the very light flavor of the cucumber, and that the crunch is really what's coming through, which is always nice. Texture is good. We like texture. Texture is why I'm doing these beets on a sheet pan after having diced them, as opposed to roasting them whole and then slicing them. Because that little bit of crunchiness on the outside that comes from the plain sheet pan is perfect. These are not quite done, but we're getting there. Nice show, and your voice is very calming. I'm very glad to hear it. Very glad to hear it. Thank you for saying so. Let's give another 6 minutes to those. And then we'll figure it out. Brock just says a gun range is a good thing to have on your to-do list. Well, what happened was he and I were talking in the fall, and he was like, "Oh, I somehow it came up. Somehow like shooting ranges came up. I don't even remember. We were probably talking about politics." But he was like, "Yeah, I like inherited some pistols from my dad, and I've never used them." And I was like, "Why not? Like, we live in Philly. There's like, you could just take them to a range." And he's like, "Well, I don't know. I just feel weird walking in there." And I was like, "I'll go with you. Like, of course I'll go with you. Are you kidding? It sounds amazing." Because I've honestly, like, I've never fired a handgun. I'm curious what it's like. I've fired a rifle. I fired a shotgun. Those were at Boy Scout camp. So I'm curious. So he and I are going to go. We're going to take his dad's old pistols and go to the gun range. I was like, maybe I'll stream it. And I was like, maybe not. I don't know. I don't think the audio would work very well. And also, no, I don't know. I want to go there first without doing that before bringing a camera around. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. I hope things are progressing for you. I know that y'all are in a bit of a hard situation right now. I appreciate that you are still enthusiastic, and I hope things continue to turn around. I know. I'm glad that y'all are doing well. You're 22. Doesn't have enough kickback to bruise a 12-year-old. I've shot a 22. at scout camp. So I've shot a rifle before, but I've never fired a pistol. I've never had cause to. Never even encountered one that I could fire. So you can definitely tell that I did not grow up around firearms. I didn't really have anyone in my family who was. I did, but like we didn't have that relationship. Cheers. I guess I should mix that. It looks a little bit stratified. There we go. Better. Technically on a 22. I don't own a firearm. I don't have anything against them, but I don't really want one. That's tasty. Okay, let's do a quick break. We're gonna get to that. This may be our last break of the stream. For folks who are potentially new here, potentially lurking, new, whatever. If you've never really hung out here before, we do a break every hour. We run 3 minutes of ads on Twitch, and then we play at least 2 games of Words on stream. So we're going to do that now. If you are hanging out on Twitch and you don't want to see ads and you want to hear the random nonsense that I talk about during the ad break, because I usually just ramble most of the time, so you can subscribe on YouTube. There's a link in chat, and it would be great if you did that. It'd be great if you subscribed on YouTube, whether or not you want to listen to ads or not. But anyway, we're going to do a game of Words on stream. Here that comes. Hands are full making salsa, Jamie. I love that. Salsa! And we will be doing the cookie drawing in a little bit, Crawdalt. We do have a cookie club drawing coming up. That is true. Okay, ad starting. We'll catch you in a moment. I'm gonna process dishes.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials
Ooh,
I
look
Hate.
at all the words on this one. There's so many. Oh my gosh. This kind of board is the one that when you look at it, it's like intimidating. And then it's like, oh, it like things just start coming through real quick. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to jinx it, but like this feels like that type of situation to me. Meanwhile, nobody gets anything, and it's the worst. And yeah. All right, well, we are moving along here. We're going to process these sink dishes as best as we can. Hey, Darth, welcome in. Darth, welcome in. We're running a real quick ad in the moment, and we'll be back in just a second. I don't know if you are a raider. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I don't actually know what happens when you're in the middle of an ad and a raid happens. So, y'all can feel free to confirm if you can hear me. But regardless, we will be back in a second, or we'll be back in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, more specifically. And I would love to say a hi, hello to all of you. So please hang out for just a few moments, and we'll be right back with you. Beep, beep, beep. All right, I gotta check the oven, because if I don't check the oven, I'll forget to check the oven, and then shit will be burnt. Okay, I'm gonna get those out of the oven when this break is finished. So someone remind me, please, if you don't see me getting things out of the oven within 1 minute or 2 of coming back onto screen, it would be great if you could remind me, because I will forget, and again, things will burn. Not trying to burn things. We are not trying to burn things today. Not trying to doesn't mean we won't, but I'd like to. That would be the ideal scenario. Just a few seconds left before our ad break is over. So we come back over here for that. I come back over here for that. Alrighty. Hey, if you're on Twitch, you were experiencing an ad break, and now you're not. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Hey, Darth. It's really good to see you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. We're finishing a game of Words on stream. I'm going to scroll back up here real quick. Cooking Girl, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. We are finishing, like I said, a game of Words on stream. We've got 2 4-letter words and 1 6-letter word. The 6-letter word is tough. That one's tough. All of these are kind of tough. That's why they're not on the board yet. Right? Dan, very nice. Last couple guesses. I really wish they told you what the words were that you missed. It kind of sucks that they don't. It's super annoying that they don't tell you what words, or that you can't find out what words were considered words that were on the board. Anyway, welcome in. Hey, Darth, it's really good to see you. Friends who are hanging out with us. Darth Vervaga is a good friend of the stream, a fellow food and drink streamer, a lovely conversational human. You ever have somebody who you can like listen to talk because they sound very like the tone, like the dulcet tone of their voice is just like very like melodious and rich. That's Darth Vervaga. He also gives very good hugs. Robbie says. Fair. I would encourage you to please go follow Darth Vervaga. Friends who joined us from the raid, welcome in. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is generally a cooking stream. Usually cooking vegetable-forward family meals for myself, my partner, and our son, who is 9. Today we are doing that. So sometimes often when I say that out loud, I'm like, but today we're making a bunch of cookies instead, or like, we're doing some nonsense, or like, we're not even in the kitchen. But today we are making a vegetable-forward family meal. Can you even imagine? I'm going to get the beets and carrots out of the oven. Yikes! We're doing a toast. A beet and carrot toast. So we're not gonna turn the oven off just yet. These are finished. On the tray that I just pulled out, we have roasted beets, golden beets, not red beets, and carrots. So this, ooh, sheesh, I just touched the underside of this tray. There we go. There's some beets. There's some carrots. Darth, good to see you. Thank you for bringing friends through. I hope it was a good stream for you. I hope you don't have too many things to clean up, because that always is really frustrating. But if you do, I hope it's easy. And if it's not easy, I hope you have a relaxing evening ahead of you. As I said, generally we do vegetable-forward family meals here. About every 3rd stream, we do an IRL out somewhere in the world, usually in the city of Philadelphia, where I live, but occasionally not in the city of Philadelphia. So if you like those types of things, follows are silent. You can feel free to follow. There's no sounds. There's no alerts. I will not say hi to you. You can follow without being perceived. And if you want to chat, you're welcome to do that. And if you like lurking, well, guess what? Me too. So enjoy. And thanks for coming through. What have we done today? We've done quite a bit, actually. Text, it's your coworkers left. Nice. Now is when work stops, right? Like, well, nobody's watching me anymore. We're gonna do the next step of this. So what I have here, like I said, golden beets and carrots. I'm gonna leave these on the back of the stove all the way back here because they're gonna stay warm, kind of just sitting back there. I would put them in the stove, but the stove's on and I don't want to do that because then they'll burn, and you know, that's what we're trying to avoid. Jamie says, I made a Chili's dupe salsa, and now my kitchen is a disaster. Is it a disaster because that was part of like the Chili's ethos, was like you gotta use all these dishes, or is it just a disaster because salsa itself requires like all sorts of chopping? I feel like salsa is one of those things where you make it and you're like halfway through it and you're just like, what the hell have I done? Like, it's like sneaky a lot of work. 45 Hawk, welcome in. Welcome and bienvenue. Welcome. Welcome in. Also multitasking and prepping lunch. Well, that'll definitely do it too. 95 today. That's hot. It's really hot. What is that? What is 95 in Celsius? 33? I don't actually know. My brain functions somewhere between like the 50s and the 80s. I can usually do that really easily. Too hot at any rate. Nope. Exactly. Exactly. It was 27 here today, which is 80 degrees Fahrenheit, roughly. Could be 81. Depends on who you ask. It depends on where you put where the decimal was. Okay, we're gonna cut up 35, Dan. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, that was close. That's close. We're gonna cut up some baguette. I have a baguette. What kind of baguette is this? The guy said this is more like an Italian bread than like a French bread, which is nice because that means that it's probably a little bit softer. It is a little bit softer. I mean, it's physically softer. I can feel that it's physically softer. So, Pastor, welcome in. Nice to have you. Thank you for saying hi. Thank you for also like clarifying how you prefer to be referred to. I generally take a little guess and have my own understanding, but I love when people tell me what they want to be called in chat. Doesn't mean I'll always remember. Usually it does. But I should also say that take the opportunity to say that for anyone who's in chat who I've been pronouncing their name in a way that's like weird to hear, you can always feel free to correct me. I will not be upset if you're like, hey, my name's actually pronounced just Jaime, and you have to say the letters afterward. Just Jaime 7166. Welcome in. And I'm only picking on Jamie because I think the last time I said that, it might have been Jamie who like gave me who was trolling me about the naming. It might not have been. I don't remember. Anyway, I'm aware of how long my screen name is. That's always good. Very self-aware. There's another streamer that I like, whose name for the longest time was Patrick Richards Music, and it was like huge. And he finally changed. He finally got it changed, and now it fits all in one line. It's always weird when your name like wraps around in chat. Oh God, $200. That's amazing. Also, thank you for clipping. Clips, by the way, every clip of the channel is an entry into Cookie Club, just for reference. D&D nerd, nice. 6 grandkids, amazing. Wow. That's great, Aster. I appreciate you sharing that. Sounds like you have a very rich life offline, and it's nice to be able to like have some online communities and escape some of that sometimes. Yes. Twinder LA. Gwen's here searching for food. Look at you.
How long do we think it'll be?
I think that I'm planning on serving dinner at 7 p.m. About 30 minutes. Is that okay? And if it's I'm gonna do a cookie club drawing today, so like I may be streaming longer than that, but I would like to like have this ready to give you at that time. Sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Cyber K Chop. Esquire. The Finchleys are tweeting up a storm. It's the time of day when the birds are like still active. It's always weird when you're out and camping and like the moment that the birds stop. Oh yeah, fellas, I remember at least one of those names, the second one from chat, having come into chat before and being like, all right. I definitely remember, yeah, at least the evergreen one. I was like, cat piss evergreen. That's really creative. I was like, wait, okay. They will count, Carl, they will not, if you do, yeah, any clips that are created now, any clips created in the month of June will be in the drawing that happens at whatever, like, an early stream in July. So, yeah, we'll be, we always do the next month. All the entries for this month are already in the drawing. You're already in. We have locked entries for May. No new May entries unless I genuinely miss something. You can always look in the entry tracking channel on Discord. There's a link to that in chat currently. There's a link to Discord, not to that specific channel. Turner says, I want to be you when I grow up. Yeah, it's, you know, I love, one of the things that it's interesting to reflect on is like, you know, you see folks that are like, you know, older, at least for me. I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, you know, it's kind of nice. I bet if I was like if I was one of my parents, you know, I would probably feel good. I'm like, hey, you know, I'm older, but like I got to like see my kid be an adult, like grow up, you know, and like not a lot of people, some people don't get to do that. And it's like, you know, that's really what you, to me anyway, that's like really what you want, is like to be able to have that, to be able to see like, yeah, this is my kid. They're an adult. They're out in the world. They're safe. They're self-contained. Broccoli, yeah, sometimes they're like a bit overwhelming. I like the very first thing in the morning, and then like right before dark when all the birds are like crazy active. Shayna, I know, I say that to her all the time. I say that to her all the time. Jamie, I thought you were getting increased because my anniversary is tomorrow. What is your anniversary? What is the next one? You have quite a few entries in this month, so it's possible. It's very possible. Carla, it sounds like you have an abundance of riches, which is nice. Yeah, Velas, and some people haven't even met their parents. It's exactly like I feel fortunate to have parents who are still with me, and from the other side, it's like what my parents have now, which is being older and having an adult child who is, you know, grown and able to be sustainable, like that's a nice thing. Like you really I love that. It's what I want too. My kid's 9. He's not self-sustained. I'm motivated to keep entering raffles. I love it. Whatever fuels you, Ronald. Spite is a perfectly valid reason for doing things. I had great parents and I miss them both. It's nice to be able to appreciate the time that you had. And obviously, like I'm sorry that still is, you know, that's still, or you know, that is, you know, you always want to say like I'm sorry for your loss, but you know, it's depending on when that was, it's, well, people don't know. People are all, sometimes you say that and people are like, it's fine. It was like a decade ago. I have lovely parents and I love them both. And I'm very thankful that I still can call them. And I don't take that for granted. I do sometimes, but I'm aware of it. As I age, I'm also more aware of it. That's what happens. All right, we're gonna roast these baguette pieces. I'm covering them with some olive oil, spreading that around. I'm gonna flip them over and do a little bit of olive oil on the other side, and then we'll pop these in the oven for like maybe 5 to 10 minutes, something like that. Maturing nicely with his alphabet soup of conditions. Don't suppose he's leaving the nest anytime soon, but he's learning and changing this wonderful to see. And I think I'm imagining, Aster, that as a parent, that's sort of, you know, that's not a surprise, that's been your anticipation for a long time. That, you know, hey, this is sort of the arc that life is going to take based on the now. At least I imagine that to be true. All right, we're gonna add a little olive oil to the other side. I'm gonna sprinkle these really, really lightly with some salt, just like a little teeny bit, just to add something to this. And then we're gonna take these and pop them in the oven. While these are popped in the oven, we're going to mix the cheese up, and then we're going to, we'll mix the cheese. We'll do the, what else goes on top of these? Just the cheese. We'll just mix the cheese. Fellas, that does make sense. You know, folks who have institutional experience in their background, often at least it seems to me that it's like you can, not like you can tell, but like there's like the markers of that just in the way that they show up in the world. Broccoli, that's funny. I clipped something the other day from the channel where I was like talking to a bird during one of our walk arounds in Baltimore. Dark Phoenix Fire, welcome. BBB. Mama's baby boy. She's not in a hurry for him to go. That tracks. He was born when I was 41. I am myself about to be 41. So I can imagine the challenges. I can imagine the challenges. I feel deeply unprepared. Not that it's happening, but I would be deeply unprepared to have a baby in the house right now. God, I can't imagine. What were you doing wrong? 48, a week from tomorrow, Jamie says. 48's a good age. 48's a great age. It's quite the nice number. They're both divisible. Both 4 and 8 are divisible by 2. 4 divides into 8 quite nicely. 8 is double 4. Like there's a lot going on within that number, that specific number. That's like just delicious. Yeah, Twinderella, I think you've definitely talked about this before, and that's just such a surreal. That has to be such a surreal feeling. I imagine that's just a wild feeling. Says the 41-year-old. No, this is true. I mean, I'm just speculating. Rocky says I'm an old biddy in my 60s, but far from gone. Right? Valerie says I'm 53. I love it, y'all. I love. Listen. I don't think the kids hang out on this stream. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Sometimes folks are in. Sometimes there's someone in chat who's like demonstrably younger, and you're like, I see. No, they don't seem affected. They seemed a little tired to me.
Yeah. They don't.
Drew says, "What do you mean? I'm a young man." Me too, according to me. I don't say things like landline. Oh, I'm very familiar with the landline. I guess that ages me. Tornella for the cookie says, I used a silicone mat instead of parchment paper, and they were spreading way too much. Needs the parchment paper so they don't spread too much. Why it took me 3 batches to figure it out. I don't know. You know what, Tornella? I had the thought the other day. Remember the garlic cookies? I've only been cooking them on the silicone mats. I had that thought. I was like, I should probably try these on parchment paper too. I bet they would probably be better. I was telling people today, Tornella says that people don't start to get old until their 70s. So we're all young. Correct. I will vouch on that one. Okay. We got to get some goat cheese out. Both people who live in the house both people who live in my house today have asked me when dinner is coming. So that tells me that they're all very hungry and they're waiting very patiently, but they're not going to be that patient for much longer. So, what might I need here? I might need the salt. Let me clean, hold on. Before I do that, let me clear the counter for just a second here, because I've got a lot going on. I've taken a lot of stuff out, and I just want to put some things away. Okay, so this and this are getting used. This is for topping. This is not needed anymore. Okay, goat cheese. Let me wash my hands. Twinrilla says, if you die in your 60, people say you were taken too young. Right. No, this is true. This is true. And that is true. I, just yesterday, had my very first appointment with a cardiologist. My very first one. My doctor was like, your cholesterol's been a little high for a little while now. I think it might be genetic. You should probably see a cardiologist. And I was like, okay. And I did. So that was good. It was a good thing. I was like, it's all preventative. So like, I'm not, no need to be worried. But I looked around the waiting room and I was definitely the youngest person in there. Like, definitely the youngest person. I didn't need to ask. I was like, oh yeah. So, there's nothing that makes you feel good about your age than going to a specialist, a medical specialist like that. Okay, how much of this should I put in here? Probably, I'm gonna put quite a bit in here because this is the only thing we're having for dinner is these toasts. So I'm imagining each of us is going to eat like 5 or 6 of them at least. I'm going to add that. Let's whip this up and see how much this is once it's been like processed. But I'm just going to add all this dill. Add a little bit of honey in here. I don't know how much. Yeah, I love a good side by side. Put them in Discord. The next time I try those garlic cookies is going to be actually like writing them from a recipe or making them from the recipe that I will have written. But I'm definitely going to try them on parchment because I was having trouble. Basically, if you remember when I made them before and they spread like really like a lot, and I was like, oh shit, like now I need to get them in, now I need to get them like, basically I need to cool them down. Like I need to do all this other stuff. But I think maybe the parchment is probably, like, doing them on parchment as opposed to the silicone mat is probably a good idea. And what you're saying here is not doing anything to dissuade me from that fact. Took me way too long to figure it out. Yeah. I mean, it's part of the fun, I think. I think it's fun to, like, figure some of those types of things out. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and put this whole thing in here because it's, I'm just thinking about how many pieces of toast are on that tray and how many I'm going to eat. And I'm looking at what's in here and I'm like, yeah, we're going to need some more of that. Okay. However, pause. I'm going to take a real quick second to look in the oven. My timer just went off. The thing that I cannot do is I cannot burn this. I cannot burn these toasts. I cannot. So we're going to give those like 3 more minutes on that side. And then we're going to flip them. Then we're going to flip them and give them a little bit on the other side. Yeah, broccoli. I hate having this sort of available communication and the expectation that I'm going to use my phone to communicate with you outside of like a phone call. I was talking to someone new recently, and I was like, I write all of my messages on my computer on a laptop. Like if I message you, it was because I sat down at the laptop because that was like communication time, right? The whole idea of like just using your phone at all times for everything, that's how you know that I am of a certain age. So if you passed a New Jersey plate, oh my God, they're way out of the way. I just had the thought recently, speaking of plates, I think we should I'd like to add a license plate channel in the Discord. I don't know what that looks like structurally. Or like what the intention of that would be. I think it would be fun. Okay, that needs just a sprinkle of salt, a sprinkle of pepper. Like not that much salt. and a little bit of lemon juice. Add just a touch of lemon in there to make it a little lemony. Joe, you love the phone as the Uber device? I understand the value of it. I think my hang up is that I get sucked into it. And then, like, I deleted Instagram off my phone. And I was telling my friend Megan this the other day, we were talking, and I was like, you know, I went to look at one of your Instagram stories because she mentioned it. And I was like, I looked at it. I reinstalled Instagram onto my phone just so I could look at a story because she was like, I'm really, you know, I did this thing, blah, blah, blah. And like literally 45 minutes later, I'm still looking at Instagram and I was like, what the fuck? Like, what am I doing? Like, this is why I hate this shit. So I deleted Instagram again. And yeah, I just don't like it. You know, it's bad though, because for me, it's like, I would love to, I don't know, I have the feeling of like, oh, I'm not doing enough. I'm not like promoting the stream enough. I'm not like creating enough content off the platform, which is like what every best practice, every recommendation about being a live streamer is like, you gotta do outside content. You gotta create TikToks. You gotta create, you know, all this other stuff. And to me, every time I hear all of that, all I hear when people say that is you gotta spend more time on your phone. And I don't want to do it, so I don't. I could have an amazing TikTok. I have all the ideas. I don't know if it would be amazing. Like, let's calm down, Lou. But like, I have lots of ideas. I'd be really great at like being a like production person. I used to do that professionally. I used to do strategy and content planning and content creation for all sorts of different companies and businesses. And I burnt out from doing that, and I don't want to do it for myself now. But I also recognize that, like, you know, if I wanted to like make the stream a bigger thing, I would need to do some of that. But like, let's be real honest. Y'all are great. I'm not like trying to attract loads and loads and loads more, you know. If there were 400 people watching this right now, the chat would be different and the stream would be different. And I'd rather grow to that slowly than like having some viral hit that I, you know, or whatever. Yeah. So if you're sad you didn't get a picture of it, I saw a North Dakota plate today and I almost I was riding my bike. I almost crashed my bike because I saw a North Dakota plate. And I was like, what the hell? Turned to sell phones for emergencies, games, reading, and sending memes. And taking photos. Yeah, mostly what I do with my phone is take photos and play chess. So, Dude and Mesa, welcome in. Broccoli says, not at your beck and call every minute of the day. Yeah, exactly. That's why I always say to people, Discord's the best place to message me and get in touch with me. But there's a very real chance that I won't respond to you at all if it doesn't. I've had people in my life be like, you didn't acknowledge the message. And I'm like, yeah, but you sent me the message. I saw it. What else did you want? You know? So I'm kind of an asshole like that. All right, we just switched that up in the oven. I'm going to give those, let's give those 3 minutes on that side because I don't want them to get too solid, right? They can't be super solid. They have to be, they still have to be bread. So let's give those just like 3 minutes in there. This is ready to go. So what's going to happen after these are done in the oven, I'm going to put a little bit of spread. We're going to use the offset spatula. We'll put a little bit of spread on each one. Then we'll put like a little spoonful of those beets and carrots that are sitting currently back here on the stove. And then we'll put a bit of chive on the top of those. And then that's dinner. Dinner will be ready. Dinner will be finished at that point. So that's kind of how it goes. But yeah, I feel like with the content stuff, I just there's so much that happens on your phone that it's just a lot. If I don't need to be on my phone, I won't be. We did just launch. I say we. Twitch just launched all of the new creator clubs, the Food and Drink Creator Club, and the Roblox Creator Club. And so I committed to helping advise and sort of being one of the folks who is like talking to Twitch about those things. And I had a conversation. I probably had a pretty funny conversation with the folks with somebody from Twitch. I think I was very honest with them. I don't know. They still asked me to do the thing, so I guess I said something right. But I was just very, very honest. I was like, yeah, I'm never gonna be the one to like respond and do support tickets and like do all of that. I'm just not. Like, you will not, you cannot and should not expect to rely on me for that. I have a lot of other stuff going on in life to be in Discord as often as that requires. And they were like, that's fine. It's like, okay, cool. I will help organize other stuff. So that's fun. So all that said, I do anticipate maybe being in Discord a little bit more than I usually am, but we'll see. All right, let's check these toasts in here. Got about 20 seconds left on the clock. I think these are probably good because I don't want to go too far with these. If they get burnt, that would not be good. So let me turn the oven off now. Yeah, these are good. These are still a good consistency. Yeah, very good consistency. Okay. Second, I guess I could just leave these on this tray. It's very oily, but the bread's also oily, so who cares? All right, let's get this next bit going here. So we have just continuing to put things, take things off the counter. All right, this is good. This is good. All right, let's get to assembly. Maybe. Can I touch the tray yet? Nope, still too hot. Okay, how many of these do I have? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 20. It's trying to like... You ever just look at something and be like, all right, how much of this is going to be 1/20th? I always feel like I'm pretty good about that type of determination. But let's give these a little go here. So I'm gonna spread some goat cheese on each of these. Maybe we'll put a little bit more on the bigger ones. Is this melting at all? No. Okay. Maybe a little bit. I guess if I put too much on, I can always just go back and scrape it off some of them. But the goal is to get the beets and carrots to stick. So, you know, it's got to be a little bit of maybe a little bit of stuff to stick to. I'm trying to be a little conservative with these. All right. Whoop. go. So I made these, the first time I made these, I looked back recently. As I mentioned that I sent this description of these in as a pitch to a place that I write recipes for, and I've sent it in twice. It's not true. I've sent it in 3 times, and they haven't accepted it. I've sent in 3 different versions of it. I was talking to a friend of mine again recently about who does recipe development, and I was like, "Do you ever submit submit pitches more than once?" And she was like, "No, I don't. If they don't want it, they don't want it." And I was like, "Interesting." Because I've had a couple of the things that I've made on stream that were recipes, like recipes that I was developing, have been things that I've pitched like multiple times. I just changed the description to match what the requests are. Like, hey, we're doing this type of dish, pitch this type of dish this time. I'm like, okay, let's pitch the same thing, just describe it differently, and sometimes they take it. The most number of times I think I've pitched something and had it been accepted was on the 4th time. So what I said to her was, you should just keep pitching the same shit if you believe in it and you like it. But anyway, Jamie, goat cheese, you never had it. Goat cheese is a little bit tart. I would say goat cheese kind of has it's a little bit like feta in its tartness, if that makes sense. Consistency wise, it's not. Consistency wise, it's like cream. It's the same as like cream cheese. So it has the same level of like viscosity, meaning thickness, as cream cheese. And it actually has a similar, it has a similar tanginess. I said tart, but tangy's more of an apt description. It has a very similar tanginess to feta and I guess cream cheese. Although cream cheese is just like rich without a lot of tanginess to it. But it's a very soft cheese, so it has sort of the same mouthfeel as cream cheese. Excellent, Twinderella. I am glad that you figured it out. I bet it's healthier than cream cheese. I don't know. I am not really a betting person, and I don't think I would take that bet because I don't know. It probably is. It might also be absolutely horrific for you. I don't actually know. So we're back now with the end of the bowl, just going back to some of these ones that I was a little bit conservative on and adding the rest of the cheese to those. So these, I like this recipe because I don't feel like these really need to be hot. These aren't necessarily warm is probably good for these, but like the cheese is cold. If everything on here is hot, the cheese would sort of liquefy and melt away. So we can't have that. So it doesn't need to go back in the oven to like stay warm or anything. I would just leave these. I can and will just leave these out on the counter before dinner. But we're going to be finished assembling here in just a few moments. Once we are finished assembling, we are going to do our Cookie Club drawing. So stick around. Creamy like tofu. Yeah, and I mean this is a lot creamier because I whipped it with honey and some additional liquid. So this is like very soft in the moment. Good. This bowl. Yikes! Can't touch that bowl with my fingers. Okay. Speaking of fingers, rinse my hands off again so I can use my hands and my fingers to add these beets and carrots. Beets and carrots. Beets and carrots. Doing good. Give these a stir. A little bit of oil build up on the bottom. That's good. That's normal. Before I pop these on here, let me just taste a few of these. Yep. Yep, as expected. Okay, good. Good. We haven't done this view all stream. Let's do this view just to finish it out. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna top these. Finish out the assembly process. I'm using my hands to kind of keep these in a little pile, and I'm pressing them down so that they all sort of stick a little bit into the goat cheese, and that way you can pick the thing up without vegetables falling everywhere. But just a little bit of a press. I don't want these to be like flattened into the toast. Now these would look really nice if you were to put like a piece of toasted crisp sage on here and maybe a little teeny like sprig of dill. Like if I wanted to make these look fancier, I would probably add, I'd probably add like a piece of sage, crisp that in some like butter, or a longer piece of like chive or something. Balsamic drizzle would be really nice, actually. That actually is not a bad idea. I just had something with balsamic drizzle the other day that was amazing. I might even try that for these. I'm going to try one with that Twinrella, and if it tastes good, we're going to go with it. Because I love a balsamic drizzle. That's a great suggestion. Guy, welcome in. Ooh, I have pomegranate molasses. Not that that's what I actually want to put on here, but I don't want to put pomegranate molasses on here. Molasses would be a little bit much. But I do think a little bit of, just a little balsamic, just some regular balsamic vinegar on here would be pretty solid. Look at that. We portioned pretty well here. If I get all the pieces I took off that fell off onto the tray and I gather some of those up, we got the exact amount here. Beautiful. All right. Now, molasses is indeed very sweet, and I'm not really. I like the idea of the texture of molasses and the flavor of pomegranate, but I don't know that I want that. It is pomegranate molasses is aggressive. It's when you use it, you don't taste much else, and I kind of think I want to avoid that. 1 cube left in the bowl. There is. There is. You're not wrong. Pretty empty now. Okay. Let's see. 1. Do I have balsamic? Oh, I know what I'm going to use. Calvin got this raspberry balsamic vinegar the other day. I forget where we got this from. But this is really sticky. It's covered in vinegar. I know, Kathy, you can't leave them behind. Yeah, so we're going to use this, and I just rinsed the bottle off because it was very sticky. Where did this even come from? The Breadery Tap Room, Catonsville, Maryland. Oh, he got this. Yeah, he got this a couple weekends ago. That's what this was. That smells amazing. All right, let's pick one here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and drizzle like a little bit of this on there and give a little taste. Softy, welcome in. Oh, got a little drip. Well, that looks pretty good. Oh yeah. That balsamic is the perfect top. The perfect topping on this. I'm not going to put the balsamic on the rest of these until right before serving it, because then it'll sort of sink in and soak in. There's no acid in here. There's lemon. I put lemon juice in the cheese and the vegetables, but it's gone, right? Like that lemon that was in those is no longer represented in this dish. It's there, but it's so subtle. It's like it's not doing any work. This vinegar is doing work. Wow, these are great. All right. Very happy. Very happy with those. They're also very easy. This is a relatively easy dish to make. It's why I keep pitching it, because it's so easy. I don't know why they keep saying no, but I'm going to get it one of these days. You watch. You watch. Yeah, these are great. And this is something that I'm just going to set this tray on the table, and everybody gets a little plate, and you can have as many of these as you want. That's the move. That is definitely the move. And I'm going to take a picture of it. You know what? Let's do that now. Let's do that right now before I forget, because I will forget. And then I won't have one. Or I won't have a picture of it, and it'll just be gone. And the last picture of it will be from 2023. And won't that just be a little bit annoying? Now, I know I take these pictures most streams, and I have stopped just doing anything with them, but I have them. And that's the point, I suppose. Hi, welcome in. What kind of bread? This is a baguette. It's an Italian bread baguette, so it's softer style. It's not a really like chunky, crispy French bread. It is a it's a soft Italian style baguette. All right, so let's get here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna add. Let me get a picture of this without the balsamic. Get a picture of this with the light, the better light. There we go. Wipe my camera lens off, because otherwise we are having potato phone issues. Wow. What a difference it makes when you wipe your lens off. And now we're just going to drizzle a little bit of balsamic on here. We're going to wipe. I'm gonna wipe the cutting board. We're gonna wipe the plate. Mostly wipe the plate. And we're gonna take another picture, kind of like the first one, but with vinegar. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah, kind of like a hoagie roll. Broccoli. If you cut this baguette in lengthwise, like down the middle, you could make a really big sandwich out of it. So yeah, definitely, it's quite like a hoagie roll. Here's what we made for dinner tonight. We haven't done one of these in a little while, so let's do that. Here's what we made for dinner tonight. Dinner tonight is a Italian bread baguette that has been toasted with olive oil with a little bit of salt. It has a layer of goat cheese. The goat cheese has lemon, dill, and honey, and it's whipped together. On top of that, it has roasted golden beets and roasted carrots, as well as a little lemon in that. On top, to finish, a bit of chives and balsamic, raspberry balsamic vinaigrette. Yay, it looks good, it tastes good, and I'm very happy with it. And now I can't figure out how to get back to the main camera. There it is. Oh, okay. Well, y'all, I believe the time has arrived. I believe the time has arrived for our Cookie Club drawing. We're going to do that for reference, just so that we can remind everybody. We do Cookie Club once a month. Cookie Club is a community rewards program for our folks that are hanging out on stream regularly. There are ways to enter for free. There are ways to enter for money. I love the ways that people enter in either of those categories. Command cookies in chat if you would like to read all about the different ways to enter. Now, however, we are going to do the drawing. These folks all entered in May, so these are entries that came in from May. And I'll tell you what the entries were for as we pull them out. So, just for reference, if we do 10 entries, 10 names, and you don't have to be here to win. We then will pull names out of the hat or the bowl until someone who's in chat gets their name drawn. So I will let you know when that point is, when you need to be like having your keyboard ready to go. Other than that, let's get started. We had a lot of entries this month, by the way. There was like more than 100 entries, which is a lot. Casual reminder, if you are a tier 3 sub, I'm gonna send you cookies anyway. Because if you're a tier 3 sub, you're guaranteed to get cookies every month. It's part of what being a tier 3 sub is. If you are a tier 2 sub, that means that your entries get doubled every month. So if you put in a Cookie Club entry for Cookie Club points, that means you get 2. If you put in 3 entries for your points, that means you get 6. So, FYI, there's lots of folks that have more than one entry in here. If you have more than one entry in here, and I pull your name twice, you do not win twice. We will just keep drawing. So, FYI, that's a little bit about how it works. Let's do it. First name out of the bowl is Cyborg K Chop for their 200th check-in. Next name out of the bowl is Handlebar II for being a subscriber, still a subscriber, recurring subscriber. If you're a recurring subscriber, you get an entry every month just for the recurrence. I should actually do that. If you're a recurring subscriber, you get like an extra entry somehow. I think that would be a good idea. Anyway, for Raid, a recipe reborn. Friend of the stream, Lemon. Gwen, this is ready. I'll be finished here in less than 10 minutes, so we're just about ready to eat. All right, next name for a Raid. Finite Singularity. Not a food streamer. A developer, in fact. Finite Singularity. I love all of his content. He has real good videos on the internet there. For gifting a sub, we have friend of the stream, Pork Marshmallow. So 5 names, 5 left, and then 1 for just being in chat. For a Raid, we're getting lots of Raid ones this month. Lizzie, Bits, and Bites. Lissy, Bits, and Bites. Oh, was Lissy in chat today? I don't recall. I don't think so. She was in chat recently. For points, MX, Phoenix Dog, Mix. I mentioned earlier today, we had some folks who get all 3 of their channel points, all 3 of their available channel point entries in on the first stream of the month. Mix is one of those folks, and wouldn't you know it, for points this month, there's your entry. This one I already pulled. This was Cyber K Chop for their 200th check-in. I wasn't sure if that one was in the bowl, so I put it in again. There it is. For checking in for their 40th check-in, Crawdolt. Let's see, Jamie. There's still some entries in here. 2 more. we know them. We love them for bringing friends over. The Zachary Mike. And we know them, we love them, and we wish them well. Okay, we have 1 more just drawing. Not that one. Like I said, there's some folks that have multiple entries in here this month. For being a subscriber, Duchosaurus. Whoop, hold on, did I drop that? Duchosaurus. And now, listen up. If you have a name in this bowl and you are in chat right now, now is the time to listen, because I'm going to draw a name out of here. If it's your name and you are in chat, I need you to put something in chat. Like, literally anything to let me know that you're here, because we're going to draw and your name might come out. And if you don't respond within like a second or 2, or within a reasonable amount of time, we're going to draw another name. So, for those of you who have had that happen to you before, you know how that feels. Susan Pants. Susan Pants, are you in chat today? You know what's really funny? I think Susan Pants used to be Susan Pants 13. I think she changed her name or dropped the 13 off the end of it, which is kind of nice. We haven't seen Susan in chat today. I don't think Susan's in chat today, so we're going to move along. We had another one. For being a subscriber, Pesto 77, Pousto. Are you here? Pesto 77. I don't think so, but maybe. Next name, Timeout 42. Timeout 42. All right, that's not gonna work. Are you in chat? Where's the fourth Fudge Darling says? Nah, not relevant. Next, Uncommon. Uncommon Wolf, are you in chat? You were here earlier today. Are you in chat? You have a few moments to respond. Folks that were here earlier, who I know whose name I saw earlier today, I will usually give an extra second or two. Uncommon, are you in chat? For a Discord level up, nonetheless. A free one. Sida Lee for points. Sida, are you in chat currently? Sida, are you in chat? Sida was also here earlier today. I don't know if they're still here. She's still here or not. It's possible. It's possible. Sida, are you in chat today? Still, currently. Possibly not. Okay. Next. Dan. That's Dan. DDAANN 884433. Dan, are you in chat? Dan, are you in chat? I saw you earlier today, too. So this is what happens. This is why we do the drawing at the end. Dan, are you in chat today? It's possible. Okay. I do not believe Dan is still here, so we're going to pull another one out. Who is it? Take me through the gate. Take me through the gate. Are you in chat today? I think I know the answer to that one. Hey, there she is. Kathy, congratulations. Our winners this month: Cyborg, Hey, Chop, Handlebar, a Recipe Reborn, Finite Singularity, Pork Marshmallow, Lissy, Bits and Bites, MX Phoenix Dog, Crawdalt, The Zachary Mike, Duchosaurus, and for being present in chat and having an entry. Take me through the gate. Congrats, everybody, for your entries last month. Congrats for your winning. I know where we are going to raid today. We are going to raid over to the Simple Sprinkle. The Simple Sprinkle is making a weeknight dinner. The Simple Sprinkle has been live for an hour and a half. It looks like there's some food out on the counter. We're going to go raid over there. Here we are. I'm going to start that raid right now. Where's the rest of the thing? There they are. Here's some raid messages. Luke Skywalker, good to see you. I appreciate you. Go follow the Simple Sprinkle, fellow food and drink streamer. I don't know how much longer they're going to be live because it looks like they're showing some food right now. Bye-bye. But it doesn't matter. You should go follow them anyway. We'll be back next. We'll be back next day. That would be tomorrow. We're going to do a very basic dinner tomorrow. Old school stream style, just making dinner, 4 to 7:30, easy. And Thursday we're going to be doing an IRL. So I hope y'all have had a good one today. I appreciate you hanging out. This was today's dinner. Very happy with it. And I appreciate all of y'all. If you won and your name came out of the Cookie Club drawing, came out of the bowl today, I'll be reaching out to you on Discord. We're not doing Cookie Club until Tuesday next week, so I might not get to it tonight. But anyway, I hope you all have a really lovely rest of your Wednesday. Rob, good to see you. Bob, good to see you. I hope you all have a good one. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you in chat. Bye.
I made backup tofu. I literally